Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are picking up on day 7 of Arizona versus Vallow Daybell. And before she starts, which is going to be at 1:50 p.m., which is Eastern, which is about 2 hours from now, we're going to stream. I have my paralegal cruising by. All you're going to see is her tail. Super Ball saying hello. Yeah, that's a good girl. So we have Zulema's, who is Alex Cox's wife, right? We have Zulema. Let me fix my phone. My camera here. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. We have Zulema's law enforcement interview, which is from April 29th of 2021. Right. So Alex shot Charles Vallow. Let me pull this over here. Right. So we have Lori and Charles were married. Alex is the brother. Alex shot and killed Charles. And Alex and Zulema, you know what? When were they married? I don't know when they were married. Alex Cox and Zulema. All right. He married her in November of 2019, and he passed away. Hold on a sec. That's when he passed away. All right, hold on a sec. Okay, then he passes away December 12th. All right, so they got married in November. He passes away in December. All right, so that's the story with that. So let's get to this. This is her interview with law enforcement.
That's getting pretty good. Did you get my text this morning?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you text Ron or me?
I don't know. I texted whoever was communicating. I was communicating.
Probably Ron.
Yeah, I've got a 10:30 conference call I got to make.
Okay.
And so we'll see how things are going here. I may just step out.
Okay.
And,
no big deal.
Yeah.
Oh. Are you tired of meeting with us yet? That's okay. Be honest.
It's not about being tired about meeting with you guys. It's kind of like I think of it in my mind. It's like an aquarium, and when you go your hand on the bottom, and then all of a sudden all this stuff comes up. So it's the stuff that comes up.
That's a good analogy. Yeah.
Brings up all kinds of stuff, and doubt and memories, and and connections, and then you get out,
Yeah. No, I get it.
And then you just start beating yourself up because how could I ever done anything like this, or get involved with people like this, and how could I be deceived so much, and how could I be so stupid?
Well, don't beat yourself up.
All that comes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the hard part of it.
And hopefully this is the last time that we have to talk. But we just needed to go over a couple more things, just some clarifying questions, since we've been doing the investigation that have kind of come up again.
Okay.
Okay? Do you need water or anything, or are you good?
I'm okay.
Okay. You remember Vince?
I hope so. Fremont County.
Fremont County?
That was a nice one.
I do.
So, how's everything been going? You getting back to normal life and back on track and
Trying to, once in a while something comes up, or some reporter comes up, or
Very
get a call from Garrett saying, hey, these guys want to talk to you.
Yeah, or like, usually it's reporters that are reaching out to people to get information about me, because, I haven't talked to the media. So they're always trying to get some kind of info.
They're still trying, huh? Okay, Zulema. So, like I said, we're down here just to ask a couple more questions. One second.
You gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah. It's, you prepare for it and boom. So, but I was saying that when we were walking in, we left, I think it was 51, 52 in Idaho, and came here.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's
awesome.
We're doing a remodel in our house, and it's it's opened up to the elements quite a bit. And we started it in January, and had a section of the back wall that was about that big, as big as that wall, that was opened up, and just had a tarp up over it. So it was sealed up. The wind wasn't blowing in, but the air was, there's no temperature variant at all. And half of my ceiling in my home was exposed to the roof, and so the cool air would just come in at night and just pour in there. And I think the concrete slab of my house got chilled down to about 45 degrees, and it took it until probably April to warm up. So it was always cool, but we've had it opened up so much that we've been really enjoying the nice weather, because I would hate to be doing this in August. Miserable.
I was just gonna ask, so is April, the end of April, 1st of May, when stuff starts heating up and really gets going?
So when it gets warmed up in the day, you'll have highs in May. That's always a joke about when the first 100's going to be. It's usually April or May, and then it'll
be Saturday.
Yeah, right. It's right on track. But then we'll go back down, and it'll be 92. But 92 is warm. You step out in 92 and start playing basketball, you're going to feel it. That sun's intense. But the mornings and evenings are wonderful. My experience is, and you've lived here a long time too, that even into June, you'll come out in the morning and it'll be 68, 70 degrees, and it's beautiful. But then, as soon as that sun, that's the big difference, is that when do you hit 95? If it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, who cares? If it's 10 o'clock in the morning, all right, now we're talking.
Yeah.
That's when it starts getting intense, when it's 95 at 10 in the morning. And then you're like, okay, yeah, it was 70 this morning, but we warmed right up. So you'll get if you're here Saturday, you'll get a taste of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's everyone I know right now is getting happy because it's getting into like 65, 75, and we're all like, yeah.
Finally, golfing, yeah.
God. Too cold.
So,
Sorry, that was my wife.
No, hey, you got to answer when she calls.
So, Zulema, as we've been going over things, we've been going over reports that you have given to Gilbert initially with Alex's death. And some of those statements that you gave them don't match what you gave us the last time we talked. So I just wanted to clarify kind of why you told them something completely different. Okay? So when I was discussing last time with you about...
Was this the day that Alex died? Is that what you're talking about?
The day Alex died.
Okay.
So do you remember anything that you told those guys as far as Lori and Chad? Or...
Very, very little. I don't remember much of what happened though. To tell you the truth, there is a part of between 2 weeks there that there isn't much. It's very foggy for me. But that night specifically, there are certain things that I remember, but not all of it. And I don't remember, I can't put a timeline together. I don't know what happened first and what happened next. I don't know which one was first and which one was second. I really don't. I've been trying to put it together, but I haven't been able to.
We've also never seen what statements she's purported to have made, so it's,
Well, I can let you look at a copy, but, so, when Gilbert Police, let me just preface this. We're just trying to eliminate some of the things maybe defense for Lori and Chad are going to bring up during trial, okay? And part of that defense could be that they try to pin this on other people, right? So, or make you not look as credible as what you are in case you have to testify.
Mm-hmm.
So, in order for us to make you look credible and to use what you say in court, we want to kind of jump out ahead of any type of defense that they're going to bring up and try to make it look like you are lying or trying to get back at them or something like that. So in going over these reports, that's kind of what we are doing to make sure that everything that you told us kind of matches what has happened, right? And so when we were going over Gilbert's reports, there's some things in there that you said that you told us about when you last talked to Chad and Lori, and about when you, well, I'll just come out and ask you. You told Gilbert that you had no idea how to get a hold of Lori and Chad when they asked you who Alex was on the phone with. Can you tell me why you told him that?
I wonder why I would have said something like that, because I told them that they were on the phone with him.
Right, and they asked you how to get a hold of him. And in your statement, you said you had only met Lori a couple of times before she moved. And you hadn't seen Lori since she moved a few months ago, and you didn't think Lori was married.
Yeah, I don't remember saying that.
well, let's look at those statements.
Yeah.
When I say look at them, just look at them carefully there for a second. You didn't think Lori was married, right? Did you know she was married at that point?
Yeah, I did know that she was married.
Okay.
Yeah, because she had sent me pictures of when she had gotten married.
Okay.
So yeah, I did know that. I mean, I didn't, let me put it this way, I saw the pictures of them on the beach, her dressed in white, him dressed in white, and they were dancing and kissing and all of
Seen
that.
those, we've seen all the pictures, yeah.
Right, so I assumed, it was assumed that that was a wedding ceremony.
When you told him, what else did she say in that statement that she hadn't talked to him in a while? What was that statement about?
That you had only met Lori a few times.
Well, obviously that's inconsistent with what she told you guys.
That you hadn't seen her since she moved a few months ago. And that you didn't think Lori was married.
What's the timing on hadn't seen her since she left a few months ago? Is there any explanation of that? Was there any timeline on that? Was there any clarification of what happened?
Well, we know Zulema had gone up there.
Right.
So she's saying that since she moved.
I wonder if she's talking about since they moved to Idaho or to Hawaii. That's what I'm wondering about. She hadn't seen him since they moved to Hawaii.
Well, that could be.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
That could be, but she said that she didn't know what state Lori and Chad lived in. So those are the type of things that defense is really going to probably ask you.
Yeah. So I didn't, when they left Rexburg, they didn't tell anybody where they were going. Not even, even Alex was trying to find out where they were at, and he had asked them where they were at, and they wouldn't disclose where they were at. They didn't. So
you had no idea they were in Hawaii?
No.
What about the times you guys conference called?
When we were talking on the phone, they wouldn't say where they were at. So when they left from Rexburg, they didn't disclose where they were at. How I found out that they were there is when they were on the news.
Okay. Because there's some, so back in the reports, I don't know if I have that with me. They had talked to you and Melanie Boudreau about going to Hawaii after they were married. Is that not true?
This was when, I can't remember when he was, yeah, I remember them saying that. So hold on, let me see if I can put a timeline on that.
Our timeline that we have has that roughly in November, and then they go missing in December, November 26th. And then you had some conference calls with him the first week of December. You and Alex and Melanie Boudreau. And Ian was on the phone. And so I'm wondering, based on all that, and then
yeah,
the
this one.
statements to Gilbert.
So she said, "This could be you. Come to Hawaii."
What
this
day was that?
That was on November 9th. This was
Okay.
was the day that they sent this,
The pictures.
the pictures,
Uh-huh.
and
Who
that
sent that to you, Chad or Lori?
I think this was Lori's,
Okay.
and she sent it to me and Alex.
Do you have that number?
Yes. Where is it? I just lost it. There it is. Okay. This one.
Those phones can be a
I
pain.
don't know what I'm doing.
You gotta find, I don't know if I find the number right there, it might be right there.
Maybe.
No,
It should be there.
yes.
2 participants. Okay, so that one was from 480-692-9562. And I remember this, I responded to her with a scripture. Because they were still trying to convince me to move.
But to be clear, they didn't tell you they were living there yet, right? I mean,
No.
this was them for a wedding, they came back after this, right?
They came back after this.
And then it was long around Thanksgiving that they vanished.
Right before
And
Thanksgiving.
is that when you didn't know where they went?
That's when I didn't know where they went, yes.
So when you saying come to Hawaii, it wasn't, hey, we're living here, come move to Hawaii with us.
But I believe they had conversations saying that after they got married, they were moving to Hawaii.
Okay. With Zulema?
And Melanie Boudreau.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about Melanie, but
And so that's why I was wondering, when it comes to the Gilbert reports, you say you have no idea where they're at, or how to get a hold of Lori, or you've only met Lori a couple times. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Where there's a discrepancy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why we want to talk about that, and I wanted to know why you had told Gilbert police that you kind of really didn't know Lori or where she was at.
you know, and before we, I mean, I don't want you answering something about having potentially misled Gilbert Police Department until I hear the statement. I mean, I think what she's told you guys is the truth.
Right.
And that's what the agreement was, is that she was going to come in and tell you guys the truth. So, I mean, there's a discrepancy between the two. I mean, clearly.
Right, and that's why we're trying to get out in front of it just before trial.
Right, sure.
We just want to figure out if you in fact did make that statement, and if you did, why you made that statement.
Do you remember making that statement? Okay.
I don't remember. I remember going to the hospital. I remember them putting me in a ambulance and they took Alex in another ambulance. And I remember them taking us to the hospital. And I remember they started working with him, and then they put me in a room. And I don't remember much of what happened between that and until the time that they brought me back to the room for me to turn off the machines for him. I don't remember when I was taken back there. I don't remember whether someone was, the person that came to talk to me, was it before or after that? I don't remember, and I can't put it together. I can't not put it together.
Okay.
I don't even remember the name of the person that was there. I don't even remember what he looks like. So if I was to see him right now, I wouldn't even recognize him. I have no idea. There's nothing right there. Then I remember when I turned off the machines, they told me, I remember somebody came saying that I couldn't touch him anymore, that he was considered a crime scene, and that I needed to leave. I asked for a couple of minutes with him. They gave me like, I don't know how long, but they gave me a few moments with him. And I remember coming out of the room, and my son-in-law came, and I remember him saying to somebody who was there, we're gonna get a lawyer right now, so speak to our lawyer. And then I remember leaving. But I don't remember when that happened. You know what I mean? There's no correlation there for me. None of it.
I'm at a time right now, because I'm going to make that call.
Okay.
Let me do that, and I'll come back in as soon as I can. You guys feel free to chat about anything other than this, and I'll be right back, because I'm just they're going to, yeah. I've already missed one call from them, so let me go do that, and I'll be right back, okay?
Have you been to Rexburg or Idaho since?
No.
It's getting to be nice up there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Last time I was there was cold.
Yeah, it's cold, like,
It was cold for me anyways.
it seems like it's cold for 8 months out of the year, but
Yeah.
now's the time where it starts to get nice and warm, and it's not hot like here, but I take the heat.
I would take the heat any day.
Yeah.
So I always run 2-3 degrees colder than everybody else. And you think that they won't make that big of a difference, but it really does.
Well, I'm not sure anybody that lives down here owns a jacket, do they?
We do, because after you're here for a while, they call it your blood thins out, and it really does. So you become kind of a wimp. Because as soon as it gets to 70, you're like, oh, it's so cold now, you know? And so when and besides the fact that my own temperature is lower than most people, then I'm always cold. So I have a sweater with me most of the time, most of the year.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Even in the summer months?
In the summer months, because when I go inside of if I'm working inside of like a grocery store or anywhere, the air conditioning is too cold for me, so I put the sweater while I am inside the store, and then I take my sweater when I leave the store.
So does every house down here have air conditioning?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine living down here without it.
Yeah, there are some houses that have those, they call them the swamp coolers.
Oh yeah.
And some houses run on those ones because it's cheaper to run that than to run an air conditioning. But it's not the same. It's not the same.
Well, I think even in Idaho they have swamp coolers.
Yeah.
But the older I get, the more I hate heat and cold. So I like it between probably 80 and 90, somewhere in there. So in our summer months, we run the air conditioner.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't get near as hot up there as it is down here, but yeah, I like
it. It's nice.
Down here?
Yeah, to be able to walk out.
It's nice for a change, but I don't know if I can live in 110 degree heat for 4 months out of the
I can
year.
do that.
So the first summer is really, really tough because your body's not used to it yet, and you're like not really. Well, during the summer we don't do things outside. We just don't.
Just stay inside. And
You go from the house to the air conditioning house, and then from the house to the air conditioned car. And some people here also have those starters for their cars, so they start their cars with air conditioning before they get into it. So that works.
see, that's funny. In Idaho, we have those to
Heat it up.
heat it up.
Right, there you go, see? So, but,
How do they play, how do kids play sports down here if it's like 110 degrees during the day?
so they do it really early in the mornings or sometimes in the evenings, but you never do it like in the middle of the day. And our hottest time, it is at 5 p.m. because we're in a...
How are you?
Good, how about you?
Good.
Good to see you.
He's complaining about hot weather again.
No, I'm saying I enjoy it. I don't know if I could do the 110
You could do
all the time.
You could do it because you see the offset of that, because then you have 8 months of pure heaven.
That's true. So they play,
I don't know.
do they do overnight sports?
Yes, a lot of people you'll see them in the courts at night.
Yeah.
Like the kids at the skate park, the basketball courts, and the parks are usually busier at night than
Just
during
because
the
it's the coolest time of the day, huh?
Yep. And we get used to it. You know what I mean? And you really do. Like in the summer, sometimes I'll go taking a jog like around 7, 8 o'clock at night, and you're just used to it. So it doesn't really bother you as much as it would the first summer that you're here.
Yeah, I'd imagine you're used to it. I never have gotten used to the cold weather, but
No.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I couldn't do the cold.
I'm not a cold person. I still have that California blood, I think, just a little bit.
There you go. That's it. Yeah, I would do heat any day over the cold.
Yeah.
So, in those 4 months, really, they're not. People think that they're like horrible, but you just
Get used to it.
you get used to it, and then you navigate through it. You don't go outside up around 5 o'clock. You're just not gonna do that.
Until your air conditioning breaks, and then you have to wait a month for a repairman to come because they're so dang busy.
So here they don't let you wait a full month. That they'll only make you wait for up to 24 hours and no more than that.
Oh, that's not bad.
Because it's like emergency here.
Yeah,
Your
you could die.
AC needs
Yeah.
to be fixed. It needs to be fixed right away.
That'd be the work to get into. You'd probably make good money being busy too.
They are busy during the summer. Extremely busy during the summer. So, some people, when that happens to them, they just go to a hotel for the night, and then they just come back to the house the following day. Yeah.
Especially if you're an elderly person and you really can't move or go somewhere, they could get pretty sick.
Yeah.
Or die really with heat stroke.
Yeah.
If you're stuck in a house.
Yeah. So, definitely, it's something else. Like I remember one time, my AC got broke down, and we had to wait until it broke in the afternoon, so we had to wait until the following morning. So we had to be without AC throughout the night. We had all the windows open, we had all the fans going, and it was miserable.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Because it was like 98, 99 degrees inside the house.
And see, that's the thing with the cold, though. You could always throw more blankets on. Or
True.
dress warmer.
Yeah.
Right? With hot, you can get completely naked, and then that's
You're
just
still
it.
hot.
Yeah.
True. And at the time, I didn't know, they make these things, this makeshift things where they put this buckets, right? And you put ice inside the bucket, and then you put a fan on the top, and then the air that is coming through the sides, you make holes on the side of this bucket, so then when you put the fan on top, the air that is coming out of those holes
that's a
is
good
cold,
idea.
so you can actually have a makeshift AC in
That's a
your
good
room.
idea.
So anyways, at the time, of course, we didn't know that you could do things like that. We could have done that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good idea.
It's a really good idea, actually.
Huh.
So, I find all kinds of things that you can make on YouTube.
When you're in desperate times, yeah. Exactly.
YouTube will help you with all kinds of stuff that you have to do, so.
Well, my kids both play soccer and my daughter plays softball.
Okay,
And so they're always practice every night, after school or games a couple times during the week on Saturdays. But I couldn't imagine, but it makes more sense they would have them later.
yeah,
Because I couldn't imagine them playing in 110-degree weather.
yeah,
It would just, I'm sure a lot of kids would get sick with heat stroke or something if they were.
yeah. And they do have, like season sports. There are certain sports that are like, the winter sports, the spring sports, and then some of them that are summer sports. But summer sports are usually like swimming or like gymnastics or,
Something
like
inside,
things, most of the stuff is inside, yeah, like volleyball and stuff like that. So, yeah, they don't do much outside during the summer. I don't do much outside during the summer, actually, to tell you the truth. I take my grandkids sometimes to the park and take them like super late, like right before it gets dark. So we walk all the way to the park. Sometimes I drive them, but sometimes we walk so that they can get them really nice and tired. And they play for a little bit, and I'm like, okay guys, it's getting dark, let's go.
Time to go and go to bed.
Grandma's tired.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that playground equipment gets scorching hot during
yeah,
the day. You can't even get on it.
Well, if you, I don't know if you've seen them, but a lot of the parks here have those big, what are the things called? Like
An umbrella type deal?
Yeah, they're like made, like they're in a triangle. They're this big, huge shades for the equipment, so that the kids can actually play on them, because otherwise they get too hot.
Yeah,
They'll burn themselves. Yeah. So yeah, most of them have the shades on top of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Something that you wouldn't see probably Idaho.
No, but even in Idaho, I mean, in August or July, and it's 95 out. I remember taking my kids to the park, and you get on those plastic slides. Yeah, and they burn their legs or their hands. So how far do you live from the police department here? So is it like a 15-minute drive? Or
15, 20 minutes?
That's
Yeah.
not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. So, it seems like, like Chandler and Mesa and Gilbert, it's like, they're so close together. It's like one city.
Kind of one thing.
Yeah, just kind of one thing.
We ended up getting to go to a Diamondbacks game last night.
You did?
That
No,
was fun.
that's a cool experience.
Yeah.
Isn't that place amazing?
It is
Yeah,
one.
that was a fun night.
Yeah, you, like, once you go on, well, we call him Bob, because the first name that he had was Bank of America Ballpark.
Oh, okay.
So everybody used to call it Bob back when they really built it. Now he has had like 2 or 3 different names, depending who's sponsoring it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of name it is.
It's
now.
Chase.
Chase?
Chase
Okay.
Stadium.
Chase
Yeah.
Stadium, okay. So, but it's just the experience of walking in there and seeing this, amazing structure. It's just an amazing structure they have there.
Yeah.
Did you guys get to see where the kids' place that they have? So up top, they have a terrace. So it's kind of interesting how they made it, because it's like a terrace. So it goes out like this, so you can actually see the game. and the parents can hang out right there and watch the game. And right here they have a playground for the kids, and they have batting cages for the kids.
Really?
So then the kids can actually be playing and, and entertaining themselves where the parents are, drinking and watching the video or whatever they're doing there. Yeah, so, yeah, it's a pretty amazing place.
Yeah, we tried going up to the second floor, and they had it shut down. Or
Oh,
maybe
Because of COVID, because of COVID, you had to have a special pass to get up there if your tickets weren't up there. So wherever your tickets were, they kind of made you stay on the floor.
okay.
So we sat in section 135, kind of down the left field line, third base line by left field. And
Those are good tickets.
yeah, I was pretty impressed with it. But as soon as you walk in, you see the field, you're like, holy smokes, that's cool.
It is very cool. It's an experience for sure.
Yeah, and I've been to a couple other games, in Denver and Chicago, been to games out there, but it's always cool to see new stadiums and,
Mm-hmm. Did they have the top open?
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. And when we got there, the top was closed,
And then they opened it.
and I didn't even know, did you notice them opening it? I didn't even see it. The next thing I looked up and it was open, I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's very cool how they do that. Sometimes they open it up and they have the Air Force do a flyover, and then
That would be
also
cool.
sometimes because the top all those, they look like it's their walls, but they're really not wall, they're panels. So all the panels can actually go like this. So they're actually all the way up on the top. It actually opens up like this. So
Oh,
you can
really?
actually see all the way outside. So for the 4th of July, if there's a game on 4th of July, what they do is that they open the top, they open up all the windows up on the top, and then they have fireworks display.
cool. That would be
It is
cool.
the coolest thing ever. It is so cool. And then on that day they let you on the field.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
Oh.
so I was there for one time for 4th of July. It was pretty amazing.
So do you go to a lot of those games or no?
Not anymore. I used to go a lot more when my son was little. He loved baseball, so I used to take him all the time. And then my youngest daughter liked it also, so when she was little. So then I used to take them both to the games
Oh, cool.
a lot more. But now they're both grown and they do their own thing.
Do they still go?
They're not cool. I'm not cool to be with mom anymore. So, my daughter still does. My daughter still does. My son's got some pretty, he struggles a lot with anxiety and being around people, a lot of people and stuff like that, so he doesn't get out much these days. So,
Well, I'm sure that's something that they'll always remember is going to that. I mean, I can remember when my dad took me to Dodger Stadium, when you're little. It's just something that sticks with you forever.
yeah, they still talk about it.
Yeah.
They still talk about the games.
That's
There's a couple
pretty neat.
times. Yes, there's a couple times when I just I tell my son it's just the two of us today. Let's go to the game. He's like, okay. And we would get the really expensive tickets, and we would be way at the bottom and really cool.
Did you ever catch a ball? A foul ball?
No, but you know what? One time, one of them came towards us and hit somebody right on the head, right.
Oh, that would hurt.
Yeah,
That would hurt.
yeah.
The bad thing about the ballpark is you pay a lot of money for a ticket, but then you get in and a hot dog is like $10.
Yeah.
Right?
And popcorn is $12. Before you get out of there, you're spending over $100 in food too.
It is very expensive.
So, I mean, I think they could make it a little cheaper, but, yeah, it was a good time. We sat in between, they played the Padres last night. And
Okay.
So we had, what, 4 Padres fans?
Yeah.
And they were drunk
Oh.
and yelling at the Diamondback
Yeah.
fans that were sitting kind of in front of us. So it was actually pretty entertaining.
They get
So
into
listen,
it, let
yeah.
me tell you. Or when, where the Dodgers come, those games are so entertaining because, they go at it and they just yell at each other, and then if somebody, Well, the people just people.
That call came up last minute. We've got a response that's doing a thing by the 4th, and that's coming in quicker than we're happy about, so time for a conference call.
We were just discussing Diamondbacks baseball.
Well, is there anything to talk about this year?
No, they
Okay.
went to the
We went
game
to a
that
game
night.
last night.
Oh, did you? Was the roof open?
Roof is open.
Oh, that's awesome. It was.
Yeah.
It was-
Mark McGuire hit one out the window. You know those big panels that open up?
She was just telling us
Yeah,
about
he hit one out the window.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it was like, that's 420 feet or something like that. It was just insane. Hit it out the window. But, you know, it's this lovely stadium that's shut most of the time. Which is good, but...
Really? Yeah, it was
When
open.
we got there, it was shut. And then,
Well, the opening is a dramatic thing, because they cool it down, and then all the air stays in there. So they'll open it up into June, because all that cool air stays in, right? As the cool air stays, it settles and stays in, and then they can open it up and you get this feeling. You decides if it opens or shuts, right? It's the Diamondback pitcher who's pitching.
Really?
The unit, Randy Johnson, didn't like it open. He didn't like it open. So it didn't matter what the weather was, it was shut when he was pitching.
Really?
Except the time he hit that bird. Did you ever see that video?
yeah, flying, when that
Fastball.
pitched, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the bird was gone.
Anyway, interesting.
We saw a lot of Randy Johnson jerseys still.
Yeah. Oh, he was a freak.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a freak. In the very best sense of the term. This big, tall guy that had a lefty throw. I mean, oh my word. That slider he had, ugly.
Yeah, we had a good time last night.
That's fun. What'd you eat?
Hot dog,
And
Chicken
we,
Duncan dog?
wings, yeah.
Good? Fun?
it was good.
Where were your seats? Where were you?
135?
I don't know where that is. Maybe
Right
third
down,
base, right
third base,
Yeah.
left
Right
right
down
area.
there.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good seats.
It was
good
nice.
seats.
It was perfect, yeah, I'm glad we got to go to that.
That's fun. I'm glad you enjoyed that too.
It's an awesome time.
Yeah, that's a really good time. I've been at a Diamondbacks game. Last Diamondbacks game I went to was in San Diego. We were over in California. Half of Arizona goes to California for the summertime for a week or two or whatever. And we were over there for a week and went to a Diamondbacks Padres game, and it was 70 degrees. You know, it was perfect. It was
That's who they were
gorgeous.
playing last night.
Yeah, Padres are the real deal this year. So
They whooped them.
yeah.
Well, and they had some fans letting them know too.
Yeah. It's good. Cool. Sorry about the interruption.
No, you're good, you're good.
Back to discrepancies.
So Zulema, like I said, we're not accusing you of lying or anything like that. We just want to get ahead of this before it gets brought up in trial
Yeah.
by either Chad's attorney or Lori's attorney or somebody brings it up and tries to discredit you. So I've kind of gone.
Was that statement recorded from?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. if
That would be
they
helpful.
Or have or haven't. Yeah, this is
Because it's hard to verify something that you don't remember making, the statement you don't remember making.
right.
Yeah.
And they may have a recording. I just was pulling the Gilbert reports. Okay. So we talked about that. So let's talk about the bag of cash that Alex gave you. Do you remember when he gave that to you?
He didn't necessarily give it to me. He just a couple of days before he passed. I don't know if it was like 1 day or 2 days before he passed. He said to me, Zulema, if anything happens to me, I want you to know that there is money in a bag in the closet, and it's for you. He said, it's not much, but it's for you.
Okay. And did you ever count the money that was in there? Or know how much was in there?
Well, when before he passed away, no, because I just said whatever, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to touch his money. But after he passed away, I asked the police to bring it down, and my daughter and her boyfriend started counting it. They did.
And how much was in there?
I think that there must have been about probably between $5,000 and $7,000 or something like that.
Okay. Do you remember what else was in the bag?
I I still have the bag.
Do you still have everything that was in it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was?
It was a bag. He had it in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag. And,
Sure, the money was in a Ziploc bag? In another bag?
yeah.
Okay, right.
And, what else is in there? I've looked through that thing like I don't know how many times, and now for the life of me I can't remember what's in there. There might have been a pair of headphones in there. I don't know. I can look in there, take a look, tell you what's in there.
You take anything out of it?
Looking for something.
No, I'm wondering, because we had reports there was some other things in there.
Yeah.
And
Like what?
like there was a gun associated with the bag of money.
Oh, okay. That's what you're asking for? You're asking for the guns, but the guns were in separate bags. Not in the same bag of not in the bag of money. The bag of money was, it's like a black duffel bag type thing with a zipper.
Okay.
And then there's the guns that he left, they have their own case. And they have, it's like a case, like a gun case, and then the gun goes in one thing, and then they have the clips, and
So just so I understand, the gun case was with the bag of money,
next.
but not inside the bag.
I don't think so, no.
And just so I'm clear, the bag of money was in a Ziploc bag inside of another bag.
Yes.
And the gun was not inside the bag with the money, nor was it inside the bag that the money was in. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, it has its own.
Okay, yeah,
Its own
separate. Okay.
separate bag with a zipper that goes around like that. So when you open it like a book.
Okay, so in the duffel bag that the money was in, what else was in the duffel bag? Let me ask you this, was there a phone in the duffel bag?
Yeah, I think that's where they found a phone, because they took it. They took a phone.
Who? The
The
police?
Gilbert police took a phone that was in there, because it's in the inventory that they left. When they take things, they give you an inventory of what they take or whatever. That there was they said that there was a phone. It's possible that they found it in there, but I don't know where they found it, to tell you the truth. But they said that they did take that phone.
Take a phone?
A phone.
Okay, you don't know where they got it from?
No.
Good.
It's possible that was in there, yeah.
It could have been in Alex's pocket. That's what they got it.
Well, Alex didn't have any clothes on so.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
flip about it, maybe it could have been somewhere else.
It's possible, yeah.
So you don't remember anything else? Did you ever go through the bag before your kids did?
No.
And so when Alex gave you that bag, or told you if anything ever happens to me, did you ask him like, why would anything ever happen to you? Was that an odd statement that he had made?
I did. I said, don't say things like that, Alex. I said, why would you say something like that? And then he said, just in case. Just in case. That's the reason why I in my back of my mind, I was thinking, did he do something to himself? Why was he saying that 2 days before he passed?
So he tells you about the bag and says, if anything ever happens to me, there's some money in the bag. It's not much, but there's some money in the bag. And that was 2 days before.
Yeah, either the day before or either the day before he passed or the day prior to that. So the last 2 days that he was alive.
Okay. And then So when you had that, let's go back to the conversation that you had with Alex when Tammy's body is being exhumed. Do you remember that conversation where you said you had confronted him and said, Alex, are you going to have anything to do with this? Why would you think that he may have something to do with it?
So, Lori and Chad had called that day, and they were the ones that told us that they were exhuming her body, and the way they were talking, they weren't really saying anything like, oh, we're worried or anything like that. It was more of like a feeling that I had that was like, this is really weird. Like, shouldn't they be like having this kind of reaction type of thing? You know, not like so nonchalantly, oh, they're exhuming her body today type of thing. And I was like, why are they so not nonchalantly about it? Like, are they hiding something? Did they do something? Did they not do something? And so that's why I wanted to. I knew that if I asked Lori and Chad about anything, they probably wouldn't say anything. But I thought that if they had been doing something, if he had done anything, Alex would probably tell me. So that's why I pressured him. I'm like, would you have anything to do with this? Like, that if they assume this body and are they gonna find anything? Did you have anything to do with this? And he said no. But I mean, I don't know if that was true or not. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. And the reason I ask is because, let's say, if my wife gets a call and they say one of her friends is being exhumed, that wouldn't be a question I would ask my wife is, did you have anything to do with this? That wouldn't even cross my mind. Do you know what I mean? It would be more like, hey, we're telling you it's getting exhumed.
Right.
Information-wise, this is what's going on. So that's why I wanted you to maybe expand a little bit on maybe why you thought or suspected Chad and Lori may have done something to Tammy, or that maybe Alex had known about something or had done something.
So I remember that they were saying that Tammy had become a zombie. Remember that?
Yep.
And they were talking. I don't know who was saying who, because they always like, oh, I was told. Lori would say, I was told, and then Chad would say very little, and then it was kind of communicated through her. So it's kind of hard to tell who the information was coming from. But they were saying that Tammy was supposed to die on her trip to Utah. She was supposed to have he had seen it in a vision that she was going to die in a car accident in the way there, or something was going to happen that she was going to pass away. Okay. And then when she didn't pass away, then what they were saying was that she actually did pass away, but what happened was that she was taken over by an evil spirit, and then that she had become a zombie. Okay, so in the back of my mind, here I am thinking, okay, they said the same thing about Charles, right? And then Charles ended up being shot, right? I'm thinking, okay, you guys are not trying to say that you guys are going to do something physically to people who are turning into zombies, according to them. That was my thought.
Okay. So refresh my memory again, what was Alex's response to your question to him?
So he sat back and on the in the back and pressed his back towards back of the bed, the headboard, and he goes, "No, that's it. There's no answer after that. Nothing else." And I was waiting for him to say something else, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, "Are you going to say anything else?" And he's like, "No." Okay. So I thought when he seemed so sure of his answer, I was like, well, okay, then he didn't have anything to do with this.
Okay. And is that the same conversation that's the same conversation you kind of got after, right? And we're pretty, maybe forceful is not the right word, but aggressive towards him as far as, tell me what's going on.
Yeah, because that was when because right after so then I pressed for another answer, and he tells me no, right? So then then I stand up and I start walking away because I'm like, I don't know what to think at this point. And that's when he said, "I think I am being their fall guy." And I'm like, "The fall guy for what? What is it? Tell me. What is it that they're trying to pin on you? What did they do?" And he just wouldn't say anything else. And so then I get frustrated again because he's not answering my questions. So I turn around and I'm going to walk away again, because I'm just so frustrated that he's not saying anything. And that's when he tells me, either I am a man of God or I am not.
Okay.
Now, at the time, because I turned around and I said, "What does that mean? What does that mean, Alex? Tell me, what does that mean? You can't just tell me these things and not say anything to me." And I was so frustrated with him, so mad, really, because he wasn't saying anything else to me. And I guilted. I thought for sure that I had given him a heart attack because I was, kind of pouncing on him, Now putting it all back, and now I understand that, they were probably telling him to blessings to do certain things, and he in his mind was either I'm following what God is telling me or I am not.
Did you have a question about that?
No. I thought I saw you writing something down.
Okay. So after he had said that, "I think I'm going to be the fall guy."
I think I'm going to be their
fall guy. Did you think that Chad and Lori had done something to Tammy? Was that your impression based on that statement?
I didn't know what to think at the time. I didn't know what to think. It was so confusing for me at the time because I saw at the time I still saw Lori and Chad as a very spiritual, kind, loving, charming, law-abiding, God-fearing people.
Okay.
So there was to me it would be like, you know what I mean? So even when he said that, I was like, the fall guy for what? Like, what was it? What is going on? You know what I mean? And like, I couldn't even process it or put two and two together. What is it? So what was it that they would do?
Okay.
I mean, these things didn't even come together for me until like months and months and months of me thinking and processing and putting things together. You know what I mean? Because to tell you the truth, until they found the remains of the children, I still thought that there was a possibility that they had him hiding somewhere. that the kids were going to be alive.
That's what we all hoped too.
I really believed that they would, that they had them hiding somewhere. I believed them. I really did. That's what they were saying, that they were keeping them safe.
So on these conference calls with you and Chad and Lori, and then there was Melanie and Ian, you guys talk about a code word to make sure it's safe to talk. Do you remember talking about that with them?
Yeah, because remember I told you that the day that Alex and I were going to Vegas, that day when I got back from the spa, he wasn't in the house. And so then I called him and I said, hey, where are you at? And he's like, oh, I'm in the walkway, the green field behind the house with Gib and Melly. So he's like, just come out back here and meet us back here. So when I got to where they were at, that's what they were talking about. They were making a code word to say, this is safe to talk, this is not safe to talk.
Do you remember what the words were?
So it was pretty bird, and the other one was not happy Bob.
Not happy Bob.
So which one meant it was okay to talk? Pretty bird?
I think it's the opposite. I think that pretty bird was not.
Okay.
And then not happy Bob meant it was okay.
Not happy Bob. Meant it was okay. Okay. So, whose phone number did you call when, because they would call you from Ian's phone. Whose phone number would you call to conference everybody through?
I think they had so many numbers. I don't remember.
Yeah, they did have a lot. And that's kind of what we're trying to figure out is whose phone you were calling to conference everybody in together. Because every time they would call you, and then you would do the calling.
I think so. Or I think sometimes we will call and they will call back, and sometimes they will call and they will answer, and then three-way the other person. I think it was a couple times it was Chad's phone, and then I think a couple times it was the Lori's new phone number, or the last phone number known that we knew anyways.
Okay.
I think it was both of them. Off the top of my head, I couldn't remember which one it was.
Okay.
And I don't think that my phone records would go back that far.
Okay.
They probably do. The numbers do.
Yeah.
So a couple times to Chad and a couple times to Lori.
Mm-hmm.
Just depending on who.
Yeah. Because a lot of times they wouldn't answer. They just, remember I told you about that ghosting that they would do. So a lot of times we would call one number and then they wouldn't answer, then we would call the other number, and sometimes they would answer and sometimes we would call the other number again. So there was a lot of that calling and no answer, and then sometimes they would call back.
And that's when they lived in Hawaii.
Well, they were in Hawaii, but the time
Because that was after November
Right, right.
6th or 26th.
Yeah. And I thought for sure that they were I thought they were somewhere in Utah or somewhere in there, because one time there was this conversation, and they were laughing because they said that Lori had gotten stuck in her car because of a storm, and she couldn't move in her car, and she had to spend some hours, or like part of the night or the whole night somewhere, until she could actually get through the storm. So at the time I thought, in my mind I thought that it was like a snowstorm that she couldn't get through, and I thought, well, probably Utah, that's what I was thinking, but I don't know if it was a storm there, or were they here still and before they left for Hawaii, I don't know.
Or were they telling you that to put you off what was really
Right.
happening?
It's possible also. Yeah. Right. And that's one of the things that she would say would be, for your protection, we're not telling you where we're at. For your protection.
So how come you were the designated, or how come you were always the one who would make the calls? How come it wouldn't be Ian or Melanie or anybody else within the group that would call Chad Morey?
I don't know. I guess it was just kind of like I just kind of take over kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe. There was no really a particular reason why I would. There wasn't like a designation or anything like that.
Did everybody know their number in the group?
At that time, no, they didn't, because I remember one of those conversations. I remember that we put Melly on the phone, and I remember she just started crying and crying because they weren't answering calls, and that one of the numbers, I guess, wasn't working anymore. So she hadn't talked to them since they had left Rexburg.
And when you say Melly, that's Melanie Boudreaux.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the way that they were, part of the manipulation and part of that indoctrination and getting you to be part of this needing them and being close to them and stuff like that, was their constant offering you a blessing of comfort, or offering you a blessing of something that was going to happen, so promising you something. So it was almost as if when you get that on a constant basis all the time, and then all of a sudden you don't, it's almost as if you're like, whoa, what happened there? You know what I mean? All of a sudden you feel like, oh my goodness, I have no guidance now. You see that? And I believe that and I can't say how Melly was feeling at the time, but I would imagine that she was feeling like, she hadn't had any contact or anything from them since they left Rexburg. So I remember her being in tears at that conversation.
So kind of off what you said is, when she was in tears, and did she or anybody ask you for their numbers? If they Well, because they knew you had them, right? Because you were the one that was calling. So did they ever say, or after the conference call when you talked to Chad and Lori, did Alex or Melanie or Ian or anybody ask you, say, hey, well, can you forward me their number? I'd like to call them and talk to them. Or was it just you that solely had their...
No, they had their number too. They had their number. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably, I can't say for sure, but I'm thinking that it was probably given to Melly that day during the call.
During one of the conference calls?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't remember, I really don't know why that kind of became like a, pattern, yeah. Like, I mean, I didn't even see it as a pattern until until you're bringing it up. I didn't even realize that it had become a pattern like that. So, and it's possible that it was part of that, manipulation, part of that, you're the contact person kind of thing, or, putting you in this. This is one thing that now that we're talking about this, one of the things that they started saying to me from the beginning was that putting me in a position of being so special. Like Glory and Chad used to say to me often, your mission is the most important one. We have to take care of you more than we have to take care of anyone else, because your mission is most important and more important than anybody else's. They always said that to me from the beginning.
Okay.
And there was, Lori would say that sometimes when we would just get together, she would, say that, oh, everybody has to, make sure that you're praying and taking care of Zulema, because her mission is the most important.
Okay.
And if they had some pretty crazy plans, I mean, now it would make sense why I would be the most important, if that's, if that was part of their plan.
So along those lines, with you being the most important mission, and I know we've talked about this a little bit as far as your marriage with Alex. Was Chad or Lori directing you to marry Alex?
They were suggesting it, and they were saying that we should be together. Chad did give me a blessing one time, saying that I would get married again. And I remember telling him, I don't know about that. I'm like, I already told myself that I was never going to be married again, so I don't know about that. But I do have a feeling, even though I never heard it myself, I do have a feeling that they were probably saying that to Alex.
So did Chad or Lori ever tell you, as part of your mission, that you need to marry Alex? Or that part of your mission is marrying Alex?
So the way that they presented it was that in order for people to finish their missions, they always had to have somebody that was going to be equal in their in their spirituality, equal to them, and that they were going to be a helper to complete that mission. So then they started saying, Alex will be part of that for you. He will be the person who will be able to help you with your mission, and he will be the supporter that you will need, and things like that.
So did you believe that in order for your mission to be complete, that you needed to marry Alex? Did you believe that? I wasn't sure, to tell you the truth, if I really had a mission.
kind of took their word for what they were saying. They, like often they would say, okay, Zulema, we want you to do this. And I would go, okay. And I would just say a prayer or whatever. And then they would say, oh, Zulema, this is what you did. So it was never like I would be able, you know what I mean? Like, am I really doing any of this stuff? Or are they just like saying that because they were confirming it for me, or, you know, stuff like that. So I had a lot of like things that were in my mind that were like, I don't know about this. So it was a lot of, I used to tell them all the time, I'm putting that on the shelf until I can understand it, or until I have more information, or, you know, or whatever, you know, a prompting or something about that. And I kept, you know, praying and praying and praying about, you know, about Alex. And he was like, he was there. You know what I mean? From the beginning, he was like, I want a relationship. You know, and I'm not messing around. He was like, you know, I want to get married. And I mean, he was insistent about it. And I was like, no, wait, let's wait. No, I don't have an answer. I'm not sure about that. And I had my doubts. Let me put it that way. I had my doubts. And then I kept praying and praying and praying. And then once Alex and I got to know each other a little bit better, and we started spending time together and talking to each other, I really started liking him. And the things I liked the most about him was that he was the kind of person that I could go deep conversations and deep discussions about the scriptures, and he knew the scriptures very well. And sometimes we would sit on the phone for like 2 hours discussing scriptures, and I'm like, I've never been able to do anything like that with anybody. I mean, much less, you know, someone who was interested in me, you know what I mean? So when I went there, I think I went there in October, I think it was, around October 7th. He was ready to get married. He was like, he said that he had called, I guess another county where you can just go, kind of like Las Vegas type thing. You can just go and you can get your license and you can get married right away. And he was like, I mean, he was
Ready to go.
He was ready to go, and I was like, no, Alex. I'm like, I am not 100% sure that I want to do this, so I need to wait. I need to wait. And he's like, okay, we'll wait for as long as you want to. We'll wait. I mean, he wanted to, but he wasn't like pressuring me. You know what I mean? He just said he was ready. And then when he was coming back down from Rexburg for when he was coming down for Thanksgiving, a couple of days, I think it was the day before he arrived, I was praying and I was asking, and I just got this feeling that, like, okay, I think that it's time for me to marry him.
So, do you think Alex was pressuring you because Chad and Lori wanted him to get married to you?
Mm-hmm. It's possible.
And this might be a tough question. Do you think Alex truly loved you, or was just doing it because Chad and Lori told him to?
I have asked that myself many times, and I don't know if someone could actually fake it that well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I didn't love somebody, I don't know if I could be that doting over that person. At least I couldn't fake it. Maybe he could. And if he could fake it, then he was a really good faker. Okay? Because he was like, he doted over me. And maybe that's one of the things that they told him to do. Maybe that's what maybe that was his orders that they had given him, was for him to be doting over me. But he would, like, from the minute that he got up until he went to bed, he made sure that I was happy, that I was taken care of, that I had everything. Like I told you, one day I was like, you know what sounds really good right now, Alex? He's like, what? I was like, salsa and chips. And he got up and he picked up his kids and goes, I'll be right back. And he was out the door, he went to got me chips and salsa, and he came back. He goes, here you go. And he would say it all the time, as you wish. As you wish. So I don't know. It is a possibility that, yes, he could have faken that, yes. So it had to be a really, really good faker.
Were you in love with him when you got married, or were you doing it because Chuck and Lori?
I loved him. I loved Alex very much.
I'm just gonna go back on a couple questions on this. Before we stopped the first time, we were in the hospital with Alex, and I think it was Chandler or Gilbert that was in there. Gilbert Lease in the hospital as well. Your son-in-law said that he has an attorney now, so if you want to talk to us, talk to the attorney. What did he need an attorney for at that time?
You mean, what did he need an attorney, or what did he need an attorney?
And I might have misunderstood you. Before Garrett stepped out the first time, you were telling Ray, once Alex was in the hospital, you were there, and I believe your son-in-law was there, and the Gilbert police were asking something, and he mentioned to him that either he has an attorney or there's an attorney for Alex, so talk to the attorney now. Was he talking about Alex having an attorney at that time, or was he talking about himself having an attorney? Does that make sense?
Yes. So he was talking about, he was saying that his attorney, to talk to his attorney, because he was going to be representing me from then on.
Talk to Alex's attorney?
No,
to
my son-in-law's attorney.
Okay, why would he need an attorney? I guess is what I'm asking.
Why did he have an attorney?
Yeah, why would he need one at that time?
So what happened was that my son-in-law came out of a parking lot from, I think it was...
We did cut you off from telling the story. I don't think he cares why your son-in-law knew the attorney. Did your son-in-law need an attorney under this investigation?
Under this, no, not under this investigation.
Okay, so the police
Attorney was for her. Well, he contacted an attorney that he knew for her.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess that's what I'm getting at. Why did you feel you needed an attorney at that time?
I didn't. He felt that I
He
did.
felt, okay, all right, that's what I was, sorry if that was confusing.
I was so out of it at the time. I didn't
there's
even
a lot going
know.
on.
I didn't know what was coming or going, and he was adamant. He was like, nope, you are not speaking to the police without an attorney. And then I remember when I got home, they tried to interrogate me again. This time they said that they were going to separate me and the kids and interrogate us again. And then again my son-in-law called and said, your attorney is going to be calling
Gotcha.
the person, and said, just because he had taken me to his car, and so he's like, just get out of the car, tell him that he needs to talk to your attorney, go inside, tell the kids that you're not answering any more questions, and that to talk to the attorney from now on. So I went inside and I told the kids that.
Was there a reason why he thought you needed an attorney? Did you know, or was it just, he knew, did you know?
He had had a really bad experience with the police just prior to that. That's the reason why he knew that. A really bad experience. And he just...
Didn't trust the police.
Yeah.
During the time when you talked to Lori and Chad, and Melanie, did you ever have any other phones, or did you always just have your one phone? And the reason why I ask this is because throughout this whole investigation, there's been throw phones over here, throw phones over there. You mentioned throw phones last time you and I spoke here. Did you ever have any other phones or phone numbers?
No,
Okay.
this is the only phone I ever had. I did get a phone, like I told you guys, the day that Alex died, because the police took my phone and I needed to have a phone until they returned it.
Okay.
So,
And that might have been bills enough or something. You might have already talked about this. Well, I know we talked about the code words and all that. When would you need to use code words, and why did Chad and Lori think that code words were necessary?
so the way that they had expressed it was because, you were a high-level 6, dark person, and so was
Sure you
your...
were into, I mean, that's just...
So was your partner, right?
I'd be his boss.
And you guys were seeking their destruction, and you guys were working with Kay seeking their destruction, and they needed to have protection because, they were saying that the kids were safe and they had them in a safe place. So, in order for them to be safe from you and you, Kay, and your partners, because you were all very high-level dark people.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Do you mind looking in your phone to see if I've got a number, and I was wondering if it might match up to someone you might know.
Okay?
It's 602-290-7288.
602-290?
Yeah.
Nothing comes up. But for some reason that 290, isn't that part of Alex's number?
It's in your phone, it should populate.
Yeah.
My granddaughter got a hold of that phone that I had during
Everything.
and I don't know if you knew this, but I didn't know this, that if your phone and your old phone are connected to the same Wi-Fi, that if you do something on the old phone, it will show up on your new phone.
Gotcha.
So she deleted like
Deleted all that.
hundreds and hundreds of phone numbers on my phone. I'm still trying to recoup them, so.
Do you still have Chad in your phone at all?
I think so.
What do you have his numbers under?
He had one that he kept all the time. Let me see if it's still there. No, it's not. Okay, let me see if I can find it under my text. See, that's one of the ones that got deleted. Wait, I have 208-690-9374.
Okay. Was that the only one?
I'm looking, let's see if there is any other one. I don't see another one.
Okay. I know, throughout all this, looking into stuff, Chad went by another name, Raphael. Do you have that in your phone by chance?
Oh, let me see. Maybe.
a bell with you though, the Raphael?
Mm-hmm. But I remember he had changed the number, and Alex asked me for it, and his number was 602-290-7288. Is that the one that you were just asking me for?
Yep.
Yeah.
So whose is it?
Chad's.
That's Chad's. And Alex texted you that.
Yes.
When did he text you that? Do you still have that?
He texted me that on December 5th.
Okay.
So on Zulema, on a couple of those recordings, you refer to him, Chad, as Raphael. Is that what you called him normally, or did you normally call him Chad?
I would call him Chad.
Chad.
Mm-hmm.
So when did you call him, sometimes you just call him Raphael? Because on one of those you say, let me call Raphael's calling through. Is that just sometimes you would call him that, or
Yeah, because
during
sometimes.
certain times? Or?
I think that Alex used to call him Raphael a lot. So if I was saying something like that, it's probably because Alex was with me, because he would call him that.
Gotcha.
So,
Well, you still had it in your phone, that's good. The number.
yeah. I mean, I don't have that particular number in my text or in my phone, but I remember him asking me for that number. And I remember me saying, Raphael just reached out to me and he has a new number
Oh, nice. And that was on the 5th of December?
on the 4th.
Oh, 4th.
And
Okay.
then Alex asked me for it on the 5th.
Gotcha.
And then on the 6th, I remember he went and got pizza for all of us to have dinner. And then on the 7th, he went to Mexico.
Okay.
And he came back sick.
I was just doing follow up on that. Did you have any more?
Do you still have some?
No.
Yeah, Zulema, we appreciate it. I know you hate to talk about this stuff, and
I want to help.
and we appreciate it. And that's why, I don't know what the defense plan is going to be with Chad and Lori. It could be that they try to throw everybody else under the bus and they try to use different things or say different things. That's why it's super important if you can remember anything. That way we can get out in front of it before defense has a chance to
Get it. And
get it and
Gary knows that.
understand.
So
So
he knows that right now.
we just want to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's with everything. That way we can come out in front of it.
You guys, I still have those pair of scissors in my house, right?
Oh, Lori's scissors.
That are $100 and something or $300
They're
and something.
$1,000.
Oh, that's way up. Serious scissors. But, yeah, like Ray said, we appreciate it.
I always have that feeling that there was something really nefarious about her giving me those scissors. I still do.
And she gave them to you when she came home from Hawaii, right? When you met him and
When they had just gone back for getting married.
the layover or whatever.
Yep. And for some strange reason, in my mind, because I'm trusting people, in my mind, I was like, oh yeah, she can't take him on the plane with her, so And then my daughter said, Mom, she just got off of a plane with him. Why couldn't she take him back on the plane with her?
Well, let me do some checking, maybe, do you want them? Or do you?
I don't want to have anything to do with
I mean,
that.
maybe we could just,
It's just really, it's so bizarre. Why would she hand me those things? It makes absolutely no sense for her to hand
I
me
wonder
those
how she got on the plane with them in the first place. And then didn't want them to go.
Does she
on
check bags, do you know? Because they could be in check bags.
Yeah.
things.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could.
If there was a check bag, or it could have been missed, you know. Lots of possible explanations.
And the other thing that I remember that I was telling Garrett was that when we were in Vegas, I don't know if you guys knew, but Alex was a massage therapist, and my back was bugging me, and after the trip there in the car, and he said, he's like, I'll just give you a massage and just fix your back. I'm like, okay. So, but for some strange reason, this is really weird. Like, for some strange reason, at the time, of course, I didn't think anything about it, but now I'm like all creeped out about it. He said that we needed to find a Walmart because he wanted to buy this big, huge piece of plastic to put on the bed so the oil didn't get on the bed. But it was one of those ones that you put on the floor when you paint, okay? And we went to Walmart and we got it, and you put it on the bed.
And this is when you were in Vegas?
When we were in Vegas, yeah, it was the day after we got married.
So you put it on the bed,
Yeah.
and he gave you the massage, and then what did you do
And
with
the weirdest thing about it was that, and this is when it gets even weirder, because after that, I fell asleep. Okay, because I was so relaxed after the massage, I was so relaxed, fell asleep, and then I remember waking up, I was in and out, and I could hear him talking, and I was like, who's he talking to? And I kept like trying to wake up, and finally I made myself wake up, and I'm like, Alex, I'm like, who are you talking to? He's like, nobody. I was talking to myself. I'm like, okay. So then, I remember I took a bath, and I said, let's watch a movie. And he was on his phone, I think playing his game or something, and he was like super quiet. It was totally eerie for Alex, because Alex usually he was joking, and he would say something and he would find one way or another to make it into a joke and make it funny, and he was always making you laugh and laughing at himself or making a joke about something, but he said nothing for the rest of the evening. Nothing.
Well, that's really weird that he had you lay on plastic.
So, maybe I'm just a little too crazy now because of all the stuff that's happened, but in my back of my mind, I keep thinking that who was on the phone was Chad and Lori, and that was supposed to be my last day, and he was supposed to.
And it very well could have been. When you woke up, did you feel normal? I mean, did you feel like, when you said you were in and out of consciousness, like you were trying to wake up or you didn't feel right?
Like I was really down, I was really, really one of those ones when you're trying to wake up and you can't wake up kind of thing. I was thinking, why am I so relaxed and I can't wake up kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Did you feel drugged?
Drowsy, I was kind of really drowsy. I was like, what?
What time of day was it?
In the middle of the afternoon.
Did he give you anything to drink before that? Or make you a drink or fix you anything to eat?
I remember us going to get something to eat, and then we came back to the hotel, and I remember we did have some drinks with us, I don't know, maybe I might have had like a, no, I didn't have a Red Bull that day. I had something with me, might have been a water or something, I don't know, with me. And I always use the little cup, and I like to use the little glasses. I always have my glass with ice and whatever it was that I was drinking at the time.
So did he give you a massage? I mean, did you have oil on?
Not enough to
use.
Or the drop cloth.
But a drop cloth, you know what I mean? It just didn't. At the time, I had no question about it. Now I'm like, well, why would you necessitate a whole drop cloth all over the bed to give me a massage? That just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
So
and then the fact that he was quiet for the rest, that he said nothing, like nothing after that. He was quiet, and that's so not Alex. Alex is not quiet.
So did you ever ask him, like, man, why did we need all that, or what?
No.
And so you heard him talking to somebody.
And I believed him, and he was talking to himself, at the time, you know what I mean, trusting him completely.
And that was right after you guys were married.
The day after. Yeah, it's really weird.
It is super weird.
It's super weird, especially because he wasn't talking. And I even asked him, I said, are you okay? Like you're so quiet, you're usually not quiet like this. He's like, I'm just tired. Okay, I was like, well, I'm going to leave you alone then so you can rest. So I left him alone. He didn't say anything else. So I ended up watching him with a permit. When I saw what he was on his phone. Playing a game I think he was doing.
And it's little things like that we're super interested in. So if anything like that comes to you again, something that you may think is super small, please let Garrett know
We'll communicate it to you for sure.
That was super weird.
let us know. Yeah, just little things like that help us put pieces together. Was that the only time that happened?
Yeah.
Did he give you massages before?
No.
Okay.
Did he since then?
No.
So that was the one time he offered to give you a massage.
When we would get together, sometimes he would come and he would put his fingers on my neck and go. He would say, "What is it with you people? With you translated people that have such big, stressful shoulders," or something like that. He would say that, but I wasn't the only one that was receiving it. He would do it to everybody else. Just kind of like relax the neck. And then when we got back from Vegas and we were at my house, sometimes in the mornings I have a really hard time waking up, and then in the mornings I would like turn my alarm off and just sit there trying to like get up. And I remember he would like rub his finger like up and down my back and go, "You can get up, you can wake up," kind of thing, like kind of waking me up, and not a massage like he did that day.
So when you woke up from that massage, did you feel like you were way too groggy than you should have been?
I was super. I thought, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's like must be a really good, massage therapist, because I am so relaxed right now. Like I am, like so relaxed. Like I felt like, like when you get out of like the sauna, when you get out of the sauna, you're like so relaxed, you could actually take a nap. That's what I felt.
So you didn't feel out of it.
No,
it was just relaxed.
Very relaxed. Yeah, like super. What was really weird though was that in and out that I had when I was laying on the bed, because I could hear him talking and I was trying to wake up, but I kept going back down, and then I kept hearing him again talking, and I couldn't discern what he was saying. I could just hear him talking, and he was in the bathroom talking.
Did he kind of talk to himself much?
Well, not really. Not like that. Like he was actually having a conversation. Like he sounded like he was having a conversation.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like when I talk to myself, I'm always like, you know, say one thing or two things. Or
I think I'll go to McDonald's for lunch. You know,
something like that. But no,
that's kind of Wendy's. You know, you have this.
he was having a conversation. So it, you know, now of course putting all this together and processing after, you know, over a year, I keep thinking that he was actually on the phone with somebody when this was happening. There was no way that he was going to necessitate a big old drop cloth for that bed to give me a massage.
When you guys got married or prior to getting married, did you guys talk about insurance or life insurance or did you add him to anything or did he add you to anything?
Not that I know of. I know a couple people have asked me that too. But I wasn't the one that, I wouldn't have had any knowledge of that, but Lori would. Because, you know, Charles was in that business. So.
We're here till Saturday, so if you want to give us those scissors, we'll be more than happy to take them off your hands and you just lock them into evidence.
Okay.
If you don't want them.
No, I don't.
We can take them from you.
You don't need meetings. Bring them by here anytime. It's important.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'll be here till Saturday morning.
Yeah, I think so.
So anytime between then, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, I'll just bring them over because I think tomorrow is my report day, so I don't have any cases tomorrow, so I'll just drop them off sometime tomorrow. Maybe I'll just make it into my lunch hour so I can get a nice little break from being in the computer for
Enjoy the
15
nice
hours.
warm weather. Zulema, do you have any questions for us? Anything we can answer? Anything at all?
I have a lot of questions.
Well,
A lot of questions, you know. I have a question on, you know, on these people's sanity. You know, I always ask myself whether it's because these people are insane or because they're just led by evil, you know. Now I'm putting all the things together. I just really, more than ever, at the beginning I had a feeling that they had a really nefarious plan to do something to me and to Alex, or that we were the final piece, that I was the final piece to move to Rexburg, and I feel that, you know, by the grace of God, I didn't move there. And I always feel that kind of like dodged the bullet by not moving there, and if I would have moved there, things would be very different today.
probably.
I thought, and now more than ever, I think that they had, and of course the question is in my mind about, you know, was Alex being true? Was he lying? Was he being told to do what to do? Did he really have a relationship with me because he just was following what Chad and Lori were telling him? You know what I mean? All that. And at that time in Vegas, was he supposed to kill me? No, was he being instructed to do that? And I was thinking like, okay, he couldn't go through with, you know, killing me, but then it's a possibility that he would have gone through to kill himself. So, all that, you know, I have a lot of questions.
That's a lot to weigh on your mind.
So,
Well,
and I'm sorry I can't remember much of that night Alex passed away. just don't, I can't even put what happened first and what happened that time at the hospital. Can't remember much.
Well, like I said, if you have questions or you want to reach out or something, go through Garrett or...
Always.
You still have my card?
I do, yeah. I've got you on my phone. So, I may not have the card, but I've got you on my phone, so it's better than the card. So, cool.
Okay, well, thank you again.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you again. I'm
Yeah,
glad you guys got to
good
enjoy
to see you.
April in Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, and you got us to go see a Diamondbacks game.
Yeah.
Next time you guys got to go to the pool.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys still on track for July?
I'm not sure. Probably not.
Yeah. We were talking about that. I said I would be surprised if it went, but...
Yeah.
All right, so that concludes our pre-trial. Let me just hold on a sec. Oops, no, don't want to do that. Our pre-trial stream, if you will. So I thought that would be interesting to watch Zulema, who was married to Alex for 2 weeks, from November 30th until... This is nice. Let me do this. She was married to Alex from November 30th to December 12th. So that was Zulema. She was married to Alex, and thought that would be fun to watch. So that took place April. When did I say it was? April. I have it here. April 29th. So that was her. Let's see, April 29th of 2021. So that was her her interview with law enforcement. All right, so Zulema and Alex got married November 30th of 2019. Alex passes away December 12th. Lori was arrested February 20th of 2020, and Chad was arrested June 9th of 2020. All right, so this was April 21st of 2021. So it was after everybody had passed away, kids had been found, Chad and Lori had been arrested. So this was all post that, but it was before the trial, right? Because basically law enforcement had her come in, and they said that she gave statements to the Gilbert police, and it was different than what she had given to Chandler police, right? So law enforcement wanted to get ahead of what Lori and Chad's defense was going to be. Let's see. So statement said she had met Lori only a couple times before she moved, and she hadn't seen her since. So she says she doesn't remember saying that, right? She says she knew they were married because Lori had sent her pictures of them on the beach dressed in white. She found out that they were in Rexburg when they were on the news. So she didn't know that they had moved to Rexburg, right? So then she shows law enforcement this picture that Lori sent her and Alex November 9th. So remember, we think they got married November 8th, November 9th, something like that. And so Lori sends her that picture of her and Chad all dressed in white on the beach, saying, "This could be you, come to Hawaii." So Zulema doesn't remember making the statement to the Gilbert police. She said, okay, then she talks about when Alex passed away. So she was in an ambulance, Alex was in another one, and they went to the hospital. Remember her son found Alex on the, we played that 911 call a day or two ago, where her son finds Alex on the bathroom floor. He's throwing up, and he is alive. And Zulema comes home, and then they get the paramedics to come. So Alex was he was alive. So he was considered a crime scene, and she needed to leave. So she actually pulled the plug, if you will. So she was told he was considered a crime scene and that she needed to leave, but she asked if she could have a couple more minutes with him. And then her son-in-law said, "We're going to get a lawyer." So law enforcement says, "We're not accusing you of lying. We just want to get ahead of this before the trial and defense throws it at you." So again, this is Lori and Chad's trial of last year. This isn't current trial. This is last year. We're just trying to give you like this full picture of the craziness that follows Lori and Chad, right? So then she talks about a bag of cash that Alex gave her, and also Alex, right? We need to bring Alex into this mix because he's why we're here. He's the one that shot Charles, right? So there was a bag of cash that Charles gave her. Well, he didn't give it to her, he says, but a few days before he passed, a day or two before he passed away, he said, if anything happens to me, I want you to know there's money in a bag in a closet, and it's for you. It's not much, but it's for you. And then her daughter counted it, and it was $5,000 to $7,000 in cash, right? And it was in a plastic Ziploc bag, in another bag, and then there was also the guns, right? He had guns. So Alex didn't have clothes on at the time, right? So that was kind of weird. Now, when Tammy's body was exhumed, remember Tammy was married to Chad, and she died under weird circumstances. And when she was exhumed, it was found that she died of asphyxiation. She had bruises on her arms. So basically, somebody held her down while they suffocated her, right? So Lori and Chad called them and said, she said they weren't afraid. She said she felt weird the way they were talking so nonchalantly. Here we go with that word again, nonchalantly. She said she asked Alex, and he says, he says not, I don't know what I said there. She doesn't believe him, in other words. But then Chad had a vision that Tammy was going to die in a car accident, and when that didn't happen, she became a zombie. They said the same thing about Charles, right? So Alex says either you are a man of God or you are not. So Charles was like black and white. Either you are a man of God and you believe scriptures, or you are not and you're a zombie and you're going to die. That's kind of where their thinking is. Zulema said she was frustrated and mad Alex wasn't saying more and explaining that. They were probably telling him to do certain things, and in his mind, he's following what God is telling him, right? So Alex was so impressionable, apparently, that what Lori and Chad said, he did. He was like their angel of death, right? He was their hitman. Alex told her, I think I'm going to be their fall guy. So Alex kind of got that as well, I guess. Maybe he figured it out at the end that he was the fall guy. I don't know. Then she goes in and she talks about code words. Pretty Bird and Not Happy Bob, and these are not going to be band names, so don't even bring them up. Pretty Bird was not safe, and Not Happy Bob was safe, so it was kind of opposite. Chad said, in order for your mission to be complete, you need to marry Alex. So here we go. We find out that this was an arranged marriage. I didn't know any of this. Erin knew all of this. She watched it back then, and she knew all of this, but I didn't know any of this. So Alex and Zulema were an arranged marriage. That's why they got married. They kind of knew each other because Zulema was at that girls' weekend, ladies' weekend, and then Alex was there. I think. Remember, we heard from Christina and we heard from Serena during for this trial, and they said Zulema was there, and I think one of them was even held at Zulema's house. But Alex, I think, was at the restaurant, or he was floating around. So that she kind of knew him, but basically this was an arranged marriage. Let's see. Chad said, in order for your mission to be complete, you need to marry Alex. So she wasn't sure she had a mission, but she took their word for it. She liked Alex because they could have deep conversations. Alex knew scriptures very well. Alex was ready to get married, but she doesn't know if Alex could fake it because he doted on her so much. She tells this story about this chips and salsa where she's like, oh, honey, I want some chips and salsa. And he's like, you want chips and salsa? Hold on. He runs out and he comes back and he gets chips and salsa for her. So the moment she got up to the time she went to bed, he just doted on her. Then the day after they got married, which would have been November 31st or so, Alex was going to give her a massage. She talks about this massage, and she said there was this huge drop cloth and it covered the entire bed. And he gave her some kind of drink or something, and she just felt woozy. She couldn't get up. She said she felt drugged. Oh, wow, we got court. All right. I got to be prepared here in case they come on. I'll wrap it up here real quickly. But Alex, it sounded like Alex was talking to someone, maybe himself. But she said Alex was quiet. He said, which was really weird because he always talks. Oh. All right, just some random court noise. Alex said he was, and then when she asked him afterwards, he said he was just tired. That's why he didn't want to talk. Law enforcement says this is what we're super interested in. It's little things like this that help us piece it together. She had never gotten a massage before. Did they talk about life insurance? No. She said she feels like she dodged the bullet by not moving to Rexburg. So now more than ever, I wonder if Alex was telling the truth or he was just following what Chad and Lori were telling him. Was he instructed to do that, or he couldn't go through killing me, or he just, or he went through killing himself? So maybe he killed himself. Maybe there was a self-deletion. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was Zulema's conversation with law enforcement in April of 2021. So hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, Groovy Cheryl, big plastic drop cloth was for, yep. I think so too. Future chips and salsa, the bar was low. Right? Well, she said just randomly. Remember, they only knew each other for like 2 months or 2 weeks. They were only married for 2 weeks. So death becomes Lori, right? Capri Law, now that I think about it, I'm willing to risk deletion for a nice massage, actually. Yeah, well, we saw what you have to deal with those socks, Capri. deal with 10,000 pairs of socks. Massage and deletion. 10,000 socks, massage and deletion. 10,000 socks, massage and deletion. Virginia Little, hello. Thank you for coming over from Recovery Addict. We love Scott. Anybody that's a fan of Scott is more than welcome, and we were happy to have you here. Fala, hey honey, lay on this plastic tarp and let me give you a massage. Works every time. That's pickup line for the ladies, right? Irish Amy, like Dexter does massage. All right. Pammy, I wonder if they can find evidence of plans to get life insurance on Zulema. You heard her. She said she didn't think that they did, but she doesn't know, right? Bellatrix, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Widespread, oh no, I'm sorry. Miss Wildside says, Lori, but I thought it was Zulema that had the Red Bull. She said that she didn't think she had a Red Bull that day. I heard her say she did not think she had a Red Bull that day. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness is welcoming in fellow addicts. Thank you guys for hanging with us. Appreciate it. Judy V, I am in awe of your recaps. I came in at the massage, and now I don't have to rewatch. Awesome. Well, I'm happy that I provide you with that. I enjoy giving you, I was going to say massages. I enjoy giving those recaps. Pammy, my kiddos have baskets full of mixed up socks, drive me crazy. Pammy, we saw a picture of what Capri Laws is in elbow deep in right now. It's not pretty. Trust me, it is not pretty. Miss Wildside, now I think I need to make taco salad for lunch. Let's see. Yeah, Baca says Red Bull does give you wings after all. Kathy Davis, I came from TA because I have never been interested in Karen Reed. Yes. Shirley Roth, we get it. Yeah. There's a slip of the old tongue there. Uh-oh, Calypson, you got botted. Hello, Calypson. You know the rule. Only 4, up to 4. You guys, for those that weren't here, we did a lot of research, right? And we thought first we had any kind of emoji, but then chat was like posting 20 emojis. So we did a lot of research, and there's a lot of channels that don't allow any emojis, right? And then there's channels that allow a lot of emojis. So we kind of found a happy medium. So we went with 3 at first, then we bumped it up to 4 because chat was they were expressing their opinion. So one day, I forget which, I think it was Monica. One day we took it off and we let chat go crazy. And chat went wild, let me tell you. And guess what? Chat said, put it back on. So we allowed chat to go wild, and they asked for the restriction to be put back on. So let that just sink in. We allowed chat to go wild, and chat self-regulated itself and said, all right, we get it. Now we understand why you can't have 20,000 emojis. So we did a lot of research, and we saw some channels have no bot or no emojis. Some channels allow any number. So yes, Mallory, chat gone wild. It was. So you can have up to 4. I usually do 4 hearts in my text as 4 is my lucky number, but y'all got me so well trained, I'm here, end up doing 3, even though 4 is allowed now. You guys remember, those that were watching Monica Cementilli, you guys remember. You remember. Father, me, it was me. I asked for restrictions, judge away. I did pushy for 3 instead of 4. Yes. And we do really, hey, Billy, how are you, buddy? Good to see you. And therapist, we really appreciate that self-regulation. Darlene, it's me. Maybe Chad gave virtual massages to Lori through the portal, right? Irish Amy, yep, you remember. You were with us. Those that went through moaning Monica. Hey, Bice, welcome back. And did Lori and Alex have inappropriate behavior with each other? I heard that somewhere else and wasn't sure. Well, we don't know. We don't know. That's what his wife said, Debbie. She was 22, Alex was 24, Lori was 20, and she said Lori would jump on him, straddle him, and he would, bounce her while they were standing up. And she said that there might have been something when they were younger. That's what Debbie, Alex's wife, said that she told him. So it's all hearsay. Hey, you Bice. DMB second us. A lot can be said in 4 emojis. That is true. Sherry M, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you. New member. Awesome. Yep, Mallory. It was alluded to by his wife. Sicily, not Cecilia. Sicily 614. 4 is plenty. I would have voted for 2. Hey, Colleen, Itchy Withers, Horse Rescue. Thank you for joining us. There you are, Clipson. I hope you stick around, but if you're on the way out, cool. Blackstone's Ratio, cool. You're eating. Nice. Enjoy your lunch. Appreciate you hanging. Hands on chest. Not sure what that means, Butterfly. Oh no, sarcasm, you feel horrible? I think I'm getting the flu, so I'm going to lurk mode. All right. Yeah, rest up. That's you know what to do. Vitamin C, iron, zinc, liquids. You know what to do. Lots of rest. Abel, waiting on wifey at doctor's. Oh, I hope wifey is okay, Abel. Hope that she's okay. Lily Wayne, that day with no emojis was kind of fun day. Maybe do it once a year for a present to us for being good. No emoji restriction, you mean? There was no emoji restriction. Yes, Abel, please keep us posted. Holly Mack, yeah, hopefully Duncan is feeling better today. Absolutely. Yeah, we need him. We need to wrap this up. I don't want this dragging out because... Okay. Yes, and Aaron reminds me there is we added a perk to our memberships. All the music that is in our on our courts, like this. If you like our music, we have Zachary Hughes, we have Monica Cementilli, we have our New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve music, and now we have Vallow Daybell. So we have five playlists. If you guys want to go check those out, please do. So that was just added. Also, I added, just today, I added Super Ball snoring. I just added that to members only as well. So guys, go check that out. That was kind of fun. I got Super Ball snoring for about 30 seconds if you guys want to go check that out. For those that are members, Super Ball snoring. So I just posted that a little while ago. Kathy, sitting here watching TV and phone is not getting this house clean before company. Yeah. Well, you still have time. So it's only Wednesday, right? Bugs Mama, hello. You're here with the puppies. Thank you for joining us. Little pups. Mallory Beavers, yes. Dumplings to go, let me guess. Jurors 15 and 16 are holding up court again. Shirley Roth, Super Ball snores fabulously. Yes, Bellatrix, it is cute. If you guys get a chance, go check it out. Pinky and Lemonade, hello to you. Rona, hello to you. Darlene, it's me. If Lori influences all in her prison, we may start hearing of unaliving in her prison. Oh gosh, yeah. Able to have Rawhide playing? You're at the doctor's office and they're playing Rawhide? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, Joanne. Joe has really nice music. His intro and his little dog, Charlie. Every time I watch that, I'm just like, oh. Yeah, we're going to play something right before lunch, you guys. There's a scam going around the country right now. Nate talked about it. We found a couple clips, some news clips. So when they break for lunch, we'll play it then. Yeah, right before we break for lunch, I'll play. There's a scam going around for jury duty, so definitely stick around for that. It's like a couple news clips. They're like 2 minutes long, so it's not ridiculous. Hey, Super Kelly G, how are you? I almost want to say supercalifragilistic. Grass is green enough. Super Ball snoring was so adorable. Thank you. Michelle, I'll play it at lunch. It's basically people calling up and impersonating sheriffs and kind of getting you to give money. So I'll play it at lunchtime. Yeah, too many scams out there. Nate talked about it. We saw it this morning. I guess he talked about it last night, maybe. I'm not sure when he talked about it. Probably last night. So we saw it this morning. And then Super Kelly's trapped under 200 pounds of dogs. I hope that's more than one dog. I hope that's not just one dog. That's a big dog if that's one dog. Sinbad, radiology is showing gun smoke. Wow. That's a blast from the past. Yes, Michelle, absolutely. Hope Aid Fear, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. The Charlie video makes me tear up every time. He was such a sweetheart. I know. All right, Mike is back. Wait, hold on. Mike is back. Let me pull up Dwayne. Alex's voice accent sounds so much like Charles Adelson. All right, looks like we have some court, guys. Maybe not. All right. Hey, Shore Life. Thank you for joining us. Used to love Gunsmoke. Yeah, my brother loved it, so by association, I had to watch it. Yeah, so there's a scam going around the country. It's not just Maricopa County. That's what Nate was talking about. But we found one for Tampa Bay. We found one for Jacksonville. We found one for Montana, Missoula, Montana. So apparently there's a scam going around for jury duty. So we'll play those clips. Oh, Emmy G, thank you so much for your $2.99 support. Appreciate that, Emmy. And Emmy, I'm sorry about your little pup. I saw that on Twitter. I'm so sorry. All right, I'm going to go quiet. Looks like we might have some action.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to bring in the jury? Lori.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Nate Duncan.
All right, sir, go ahead and stand up here and be sworn in.
Please spell your name for the record. Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and that this will help you God. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit, as a patrol unit, for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, I've been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, so weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio. I heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location, and then soon after that received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well. And we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment, no, I was not.
Okay. Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter is a small foyer. Blue is white and black checkered flooring, and then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes.
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
We did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand, and in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area?
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo, Exhibit 40. There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So Even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
Okay. And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
They were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun?
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed?
It is.
And then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes.
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
It did not.
It's just plastic clasps to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234. Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
Okay. State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So, Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that?
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes.
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously the first shot, or a shot, went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room, and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
Okay. During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some, prior to June of 2020, June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So
yes.
Was that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's smartphone?
Correct.
When you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are, people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account, prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account.
Yes.
But nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75 at yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this kkwalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that kkwalker75 at yahoo.com?
It was.
I can have my paralegal approach with 289. Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the kkwalker75 at yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account.
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes.
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
Okay. So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number?
Correct.
In her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes.
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So, zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st.
Yes.
But the name associated was Karen Walker.
Correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th?
Yes.
And looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
Yes.
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes.
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
Yes.
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is exhibit, again, 289.
Correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes.
But here we see someone, again, from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
Correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes.
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
We have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit?
Yes.
To help write a book?
Correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes.
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you in fact see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after this, about a week before this email?
Yes.
So he had seen her prior to learning about this?
Correct.
And then when he came out here to see JJ?
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were that search warrants were executed on?
Yes.
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
It was.
And was the other one LollyTime at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019?
I did.
Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. And he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbrite report. Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct? So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19.
Yes,
And he read that, I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see, at 7:36:27.
yes,
So just a few seconds later.
correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam, they're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes,
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes,
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles, I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night, she probably blocked that.
yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message, what you do is up to you.
Yes,
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message? Where he says, okay. And when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes,
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails.
Correct.
Or text messages, I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes,
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori,
How do you know that?
she told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes,
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that a search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone, 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes,
And that came back to Alex Cox.
correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes,
cell phone data,
yes,
cell tower data?
yes,
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
they did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image other than itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay. So let me I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
No.
Why not? How do we know it's not?
Because obviously in this case you can actually see the entire phone, and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
Yes.
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did, in fact, Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
Yes.
And were these all messages, text messages, between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
They are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes.
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
Yes.
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession?
It has.
And yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes.
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she, in fact, provide that to Detective Enclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes.
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone, and she knows the PIN number to access it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's in her possession.
Correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with 231. I apologize. I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
I do.
When you were investigating this case and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime@icloud account, how did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account, and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime@icloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
It did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So, when we're talking about the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the lollytime@icloud as a source?
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.?
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
They were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message?
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? We took a little bit of time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that 46?
47 minutes?
Okay. So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective Inclan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So, when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692-9562 number is one of the phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for?
Under a minute, I believe.
Under a minute. 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m. and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So, if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her this second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
All right, 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911?
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No.
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones.
None.
Not on Charles's phone.
No.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes.
And it shows it as, these ones have not been converted, right?
Yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
Okay. So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36 basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah.
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes.
Did you look to see if Alex Cox's records showed if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes.
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes.
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time?
Correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
Correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes.
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
Never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019 that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes.
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 212.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
If I could have that back. state will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
So, did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019, to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style iCloud is an address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225. And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a Preparing of People event.
Okay. And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so, in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And does he advise, Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So, again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is, both we've heard in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes.
Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message, is that from Lori Vallow to Alex?
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
Was this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend?
Yes.
Where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
As you continued in this Lori for Style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him?
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles' body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
Correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes,
That one's from Alex to Lori.
correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later.
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes,
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes.
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
It was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lolly Time at iCloud account records, did you find evidence or find photographs in the Lolly Time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense 232. I can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves both in the report and then print off those documents?
Yes.
So looking at this Exhibit 232, do we see all that's from the Lolly Time at iCloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance, oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary?
Yes.
And then there was a photograph of the document showing, again, $1 million policy.
Yes.
Started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this?
Correct.
And a little bit of a glare on it. And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
How?
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original, and the change to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the Lolly Time, did you go through many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that Lolly Time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 227. Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No.
Are these just a portion of them?
They are.
It's ready.
I'm sorry, I'm done here. And if actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the Lolly Time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
Right. So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 p.m.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well, too. So there's an AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th, at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, "Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you." When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, or 56 minutes?
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So, as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take a significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
So the same day that Adam and Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jurors.
All right, we're going to stay here because I always come back and ask if there's anything that they want to put on the record. OnlyFan and Judy, you guys just got here? Well, I'm going to play something, You guys can always rewind, but I'm going to play something once we're finished here. I mean, I'll do my recap, and then I want to play something about the scam that's going around for jurors. Are they actually going to break? Usually they come back in and the judge asks if there's anything they need to talk about. All right. Looks like they may actually break. All right, so we have Detective Nathan Duncan on the stand. I'll go here. Well, you know what? Let me come back here. I'll come back here just in case. All right. Make myself a little bit bigger. All right, so Detective Nathan Duncan is on the stand. He was sick the last couple days. He was actually out yesterday, but he was sick the other day. He has been in law enforcement for about 25 years. He's written search warrants for all kinds of things. He heard the call come in on the radio, and then the phone call came in, so that's when he went to assist. He saw Alex on the sidewalk. He never saw Lori. Never saw Lori. Yeah, don't go anywhere. I want to show you guys something about this scam that's going on with jury selection. So hang tight. Before I let class dismissed, before I dismiss class for the lunch, stick around. So I'm going to go through recap, and then I want to play you some things about a jury scam that's going around the country. So stick around for that. He was asked to assist Detective Coons and just to be an extra set of eyes and hands in processing the scene. Detective Werther came in later at some point along with patrol and the crime scene investigator. We heard from Detective Werther yesterday. Code that. All right, we definitely don't need that. Let's see. Put myself a little bit lower so we can see people walking around. I like when we see people walking around. Maybe I'll put myself up here. Yeah, it's fun to see people walking around, right? We can people watch. Let's see. So he entered the house at 11:58. He was not the case agent. So the time they talk about this, I don't know if this is going to be a sticking point. So in his report, he wrote that the 911 call came in at 8:32, but it actually came in at 8:36. I'm sure Lori will probably ask about that. So he talks about going in. He sees Charles was laying on the western portion of the room in a supine position, it was head to the north, feet to the south, with his arms both of his arms at his side. Again, you don't get shot and then just fall over like that. You probably fall to your knees. Sadly, you probably fall to your knees, or I think Alex staged that a little bit. There was not a lot of blood around the scene. There was blood on Charles's left hand, so he got shot and he grabs. He basically whenever you know what it's like when you get a wound, you grab it. So he grabbed his chest. The only source would have been from Charles's chest. There was no blood on the flooring around Charles that he saw. He did see more blood once the medics moved Charles, however. There were no cracks in the mirrors. The bat was on the right side, north of Charles's head. We've seen that before. Right? So the bat. So Charles is laying down. The bat is, off up there. He looked around the house, and we heard all of this before. He didn't find any drops of blood. He searched the whole house. The only location he saw was the kitchen sink faucet. He didn't find any towels or shirts that would have been used to clean up or stop the bleeding, which is interesting because they didn't clean the scene up. There was they didn't check for luminol, but there was no blood spatter. There was nothing, which was interesting. Then he found the gun, they photographed it, he put his gloves on. He said he made the gun safe. He said a single cartridge fell out when he was removing the bullets. The gun the gun case had there's extra magazine. He went through the orange duffel bag and there was a debit card inside, a health savings card with Alex's name. And then any objection to evidence coming in, and Lori says, "Shh, I'm thinking." I missed that, so thank you, therapist. Thank you guys for saying. So apparently she says, "Shh, I'm thinking." That's really funny. He talks about the 2 shots. We knew all this. We pretty much knew everything that he said. He helped Moffat with the cell data. Now here's where it got interesting. He was part of the iPhone and iCloud extraction for Charles. So he saw a change in the interactions between Charles and Lori on June 27th. And there was a email account called KKWalker75 at yahoo.com, right? So I'm guessing she was born in 75, right? So Charles saves a copy of that email into his account. He had contacted Tammy Daybell. Karen Walker was the subscriber. The phone number needed to be verified, and it was actually linked to Lori. Lori objects to that for relevance. Judge he doesn't even say overruled. He just it'll be admitted. Then this email to brother Chad Daybell, preparing the People's Conference, and this email eventually gets traced back to Chad sent Charles an email saying, "Hey, I want to write a book. I want to write a book about you," and Charles is like, "No, I don't want to have a biography written about me." So Charles then reaches out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy. Charles sends that letter to Adam. Charles begins confronting Lori, Chad, and Tammy on June 29th, 2 weeks before his shooting, before he's gone. Coincidence? So, and then we hear about two of Lori's accounts, Lori for Style with the letter 4, like Lori for Style. I'm sorry, the number 4, and Lolly Time. Where'd she come up with Lolly Time? Is that like a pet name that Alex had for her? So then they talk about the morning of. So 7:36, Adam and Charles are texting. Adam's reading it. He's texting back, "Hey, your brother's truck is in the driveway." So 7:39, that text is not read. And then 12:13, that's when the texts start to begin to be read again. So again, we heard all of this. This has already been in evidence, but it's really just... It's corroborating what Adam said, right? And this is all going to confirming that Adam said X, Y, Z, and this is now really just hammering. This is just hammering it home that this is what happened via the cell phone data. Then I didn't get this. So there was a photo. They actually showed a photo of a phone. Instead of a screenshot, it was actually a photo of the phone at 2:13. And then I think that was Alex's phone, but it was actually a screenshot on Alex's phone. I didn't quite get that. I got to ask Joe about that. I'm not quite sure. Of course, Lori objected to that. Lori leaves at 7:49. Alex calls her at 7:52. And then he calls 911 at 8:35. Again, we knew all this, but this is just confirming Adam's testimony. That's truly why this all came in. Then Adam, they talk about Adam calling Alex on July 9th. Adam calls Alex again on July 10th when he got into town. So they talked for over 20 minutes on the 9th, and then on the 10th, his texts and phone calls go unanswered. And again, we heard all this from Adam. Let's see, the text messages, Lori says, it doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. So eventually no objection. Then we go into this email from Lori. Lori provided Lori for Style to Banner Life. So that just kind of confirmed it. He became aware of Ned. Ned. That's the name of the dark spirit that had taken over Charles's body. Alex to Lori, Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you. He thinks you're staying with me. Ned came to the house and Tylee unleashed on him. So Tylee unleashed on him. And then he went to Summer's house. Poor Charles. He's just trying to find his wife, and everybody's just like being jerks to him. I don't get it. So then there was a bunch of texts going back and forth from Alex to Lori, Lori to Alex, Alex to Lori. Ned is still alive. It was just confirmed. Lori to Alex. It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. This was around the time of the girls' weekend. Lori texts Alex. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him. Alex says, correct. Charles' body is alive. I'm sorry. That was, yeah. And then Alex to Lori, what did you learn? Lori to Alex, still working on it. We'll call you later. Then we hear about Bubby. Then Bubby enters the trial. Bubby ends up being Chad. There was a text to Bubby on August 12th about her going to Social Security. Then there's other texts about people being Z's, the letter Z's, because of their association with Charles. Then there's a long pause. I didn't catch that. And the judge is like, it's ready. And Lori's like, oh, sorry. So I guess Trina was trying to admit something into evidence, and Lori's head she's not there, right? She just doesn't seem like she's there today. Then there's a text to Lori to Alex, so the plot thickens, call me when you can. That was July 9th. Then Lori to Alex, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me. They are planning on some kind of intervention, but they want Mel out of the way, meaning Melanie Gibb. It's all coming to a head this weekend. I will be like Nelphi, and I'm told, and so are you. Alex calls 6 minutes later. They talk for 56 minutes. And then Adam and Charles talk the same day. Lori and Alex were talking about the intervention. All right, then they go to lunch. I'm sorry. Yeah, then they go to lunch. All right, check this out. There's a scam going around, right? Oh, Aaron says Lally was a sister of theirs that passed away. Lally time. All right, I didn't know that. All right, so check this out. There is a scam going around, you guys. Chubby Bubby. I think Pammy said that. Chubby Bubby. That's pretty funny. All right, let me find. Okay, so this is in Jacksonville, right? So check this out. There are scams going around. Nate Eaton posted this, not this one, but he posted there's something going on in Maricopa County, right? So let me move myself down here. So there's something going on in Maricopa County, and Aaron just did some quick research. You guys can check it out yourselves. There's definitely something going on. There's definitely something going on around the country. So here, check this out.
At 5:30, a Jacksonville woman speaking out tonight after she almost fell victim to a convincing jury duty scam. The caller, posing as a JSO officer, used scare tactics and official phone numbers to try to trick her into paying thousands of dollars in bogus fines.
News 4 consumer investigative reporter Tiffany Salome shares her warning to others.
It started with an unexpected phone call from what appeared to be the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Shelby Anderson says the man on the other end claimed to be Captain Clinton Clifford and told her she had failed to appear for jury duty.
He gave me his badge number, and he said that I had some citations under my name and that I needed to get them cleared right away. And I was like, well, what were these citations for? He said, well, you were summoned for jury duty and you didn't appear. We sent you a notification via certified mail and you signed that you were going to attend, and you didn't.
Shelby was told she had to pay $3,000 and that she had just 2 hours to do it.
How was he asking you to send this money?
He was asking me to get transferred over to a bail bondsman, and I would have to drive to that place and pay those bonds. He wanted me to stay on the phone with him that whole time. He did not want me to hang up the phone. He told me that I was not allowed to mute it. He told me that I was not allowed to call anyone else. And I had to stay on the phone with him the whole entire time until I got to East Bay Street.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like he used some intimidation tactics.
He did. He used some bad scare tactics. He told me that if I didn't comply, that there would be a warrant out for my arrest, and that if I got pulled over, then I could be taken to jail.
Shelby was told by the scammer to go to 501 East Bay Street, which is the address to the police station, and verify her signature. The scammer then told her if her signature didn't match the one he had, he would refund her money. But that's when she realized it might not be a JSO officer on the other line.
I realized it was a scam when he started getting impatient with me, and when he told me I only had 2 hours to do it. I also, when he told me I could not call the non-emergency line to verify from my work phone, it was a huge red flag to me.
Shelby hung up and immediately contacted JSO herself, where she confirmed this was all a scam.
Did you almost fall for it?
I did almost fall for it.
JSO says they will never call you and ask for money. They also don't have captains, which is what this scammer claimed to be. Reporting in Jacksonville, Tiffany Salome, Channel 4, the local station.
If you receive a suspicious call demanding money for missed jury duty, do not engage. Be aware that scammers are spoofing JSO's non-emergency line, which is 630-0500. Hang up and contact law enforcement directly to verify for yourself.
Phoenix Interim Police Chief.
All right, so that's interesting, right? Then here's another one. This one's from Tampa. And then there was one from Missouri, too. Let me see. Let's play this one first.
Meanwhile, local law enforcement telling us that...
All right, so this one is Tampa. Apparently it's sweeping the nation.
Scammers have stolen over $1 million from Bay Area senior citizens already this year. And next here at 5 tonight, ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton listening to a local woman who reached out to us to tell her story, hoping to warn others. She nearly fell for a scheme involving fake jury duty summons, and it's something the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office tells us they're seeing more and more.
Yes, Mr. Boyarski, this is Deputy Ryan Eastwood, Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. If you would give me a call back.
Beverly Boyarski says she got this voicemail last Friday.
It's a legal matter pertaining. Thank you.
So, like many people, she called back.
Immediately, the sheriff said, I did not show up for jury duty on last week, and that I needed to come in that day because otherwise I was under arrest.
She says the man on the phone knew her personal information, including her address.
He scared the bejeebies out of me.
She says he then told her that they sent out several warnings. He even claimed she signed paperwork acknowledging the summons and mailed it back. He then told her she had to go to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Administration Building in Largo to authenticate her signature and pay $9,800 for bail. She told him she could only afford $1,000.
He goes, oh no, that's not acceptable. We could do $2,000. Can you come with $2,000? I said, sure.
Then he told her she had to sign paperwork online and send the money through Zelle or Apple Pay.
So when he said something about Apple Pay, I'm like, you're a scammer. And he said, ma'am, we'll send somebody right there if you're going to talk to me that way. And I was like, click.
They called her right back, but the man had a different name, title, and voice.
Hey, Ms. Boyarski, this is Lieutenant Adams. Giving you a call back. I'm not sure what happened. We got disconnected.
She called the actual sheriff's office, and they told her this is a huge issue right now with thousands across the Bay Area falling for the scam. It's also an issue in Hillsborough County. I spoke with Sheriff Chad Chronister, and he tells me scammers have stolen over $1 million. He believes that number is much higher, but many people don't report it because they're embarrassed.
It's imperative that you contact law enforcement because the information that you have by being a victim might be that missing piece that we're able to use to go get these individuals that are creating these egregious crimes.
Remember, courts always send the jury summons by mail. You will never be asked to make a payment online or use a gift card or Apple Pay. Reporting in Hillsborough County, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
All right, now here's one from Maricopa County. Now this was 6 months ago, so Nate was just talking about it the other day. But this, I found this.
They really are, and this is a really sneaky scam.
All right, so this is from 6 months ago. Now this is Maricopa County, so check this one out.
They really are, and this is a really sneaky scam. I mean, we're talking about these scammers calling people, telling them they owe thousands of dollars for missing jury duty, and if they don't pay up, they'll be arrested.
They got the money and they disappeared, and we have nowhere and no one to trace on that situation.
Maricopa County Court says they are seeing more people falling victim to what they call juror scams.
We get about 5 to 10 reports a week of people that didn't necessarily get any money stolen from them, and then we probably get about one every 2 to 3 weeks of somebody who did lose money.
Good morning. This is Lieutenant Justin Branberry.
In the latest crime trend, scammers posing as police officers are calling people, saying they have an arrest warrant for missing jury duty. They can either pay thousands of dollars or they'll be arrested.
So our most recent situation involved a young gentleman, actually, who was only about 31 years old, and he was scammed out of $8,000.
That victim didn't want to be arrested and paid the scammer through a Bitcoin voucher.
And then they instructed him to meet them at a different location and give them the voucher, and they would clear his name.
Matt Martin, the jury administrator for Maricopa County Court, says scammers aren't just using Bitcoin. They're also asking for payment with gift cards.
When people would receive calls, they were literally instructing them to go to a corner store, whether it be a Fry's Market or a CVS or Walgreens, to buy cash cards, which are essentially debit cards. So you pay a fee and you can get a $100 card.
So what should you look out for if you get a suspicious call? First, the police will never call you on behalf of the court and will never ask for payment over the phone.
If you get fined or feed, it's going to be done in a courtroom, in person, and a judge is going to be issuing those fines.
And if you suspect it's fraud,
you can always reach out to us to verify it, and we'll try to validate it or invalidate it in most cases.
Yeah, so a big thing to note as well is that if you ever miss jury duty, you will actually receive a note in the mail, letter in the mail, saying that you need to reschedule. So they're not going to call you, they're not going to demand the money, so that's something really important to take in consideration. But this has really been an issue. Arizona ranked 6th last year for the worst scams. Yes.
Wow.
So it's been going
Well, the government usually does not call you. So they like to notify you via mail. So check your mailbox and don't answer your phone.
Yes, yes. Don't be intimidated. I know when I was talking with him, he said when people think about courts and maybe police officers or sheriffs, it might be a little intimidating.
Yeah.
But just know that they'll never demand money over the phone.
Yeah, they're very good at it. They're very threatening and intimidating for sure. McKenna, thank you.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right, so the takeaway of that is don't answer your phone. Don't be intimidated. Don't answer your phone. We're getting, I think I saw somebody posted tolls. We are getting hammered. Aaron and I are getting hammered with our, we have Sun Pass, Easy Pass. It's kind of, it's all the same thing. We're getting hammered with text messages saying that we're getting hammered with text messages saying you owe let me just put myself up here. You owe us money. It's our Sun Pass has been saying that, and it's like, and Aaron's like, no, actually, you owe us money because we have we have a balance. We're running I don't know, $5, $10, $20, whatever it is. So no, we don't owe you money. You owe us money. But it's so easy to tell because it comes from I deleted it, but it's like Bob the Wookie at hotmail.com. I mean, seriously, and you're saying that your Sun Pass or Easy Pass? It's like, come on now. Yeah, Pammy. Yep, tolls. Yep. Yeah, but I mean, it's so obvious. But anyway, yeah, don't answer the phone unless you recognize it. Yeah, it's pretty easy. But Hazel says Lori would offer the scammer her best enchilada recipe. Yeah, her green chili enchilada. Bob the Wookie. I don't know where that came from. Oh, Bob. We heard Bob earlier, right? What was it? What was the thing today? Bob. I gotta look. What was the Bob? Bob's your uncle? No. What was it? What was the thing? I gotta find it now. Oh, now you're gonna make me try and find it. Bob. Where is Bob? Oh, come on. Where is it? I'm sure somebody has it before me. Oh, where is it? Where are you? Bob Bird? Pretty Bird. No, it was Pretty Bird. Not Happy Bob. Happy Boy Bob. It was Pretty Bird, right? I think it was Pretty Bird. Thanks for the, right? Let's see. Not Happy Bob and Pretty Bird. There you go. Thank you. Not Happy Bob and Pretty Bird. Why is that not coming up in my search?
I think it was like Bob's Not Happy or something.
Bob's Not Happy?
Something like that.
Something like that. Huh. They're not coming up in my search. What's going on? My search is not working. Maybe I didn't put that in. All right. Was Joe with us? Joe, there you are. Joe, I just had a nonverbal interaction with Juror 15 on lunch break that we can talk about tonight. Awesome. Awesome. Way to tease that, Joe. Yes. Bob the Builder, Sandra says. Good one. Good one, Joe. Joe just had a nonverbal interaction with juror number 15 on lunch break that we can talk about tonight. Hopefully it was not in the restroom. Hopefully it was something that, well, you said you can talk about it, so looking forward to that, Joe. Nonchalada. That's a good one. We are woefully lacking in band names this trial, you guys. Woefully lacking. So, kudos, points to therapist you know. Nonchalada. Love it. Nonchalada. I love it. I had one earlier. What was it? Something zombies. Pretty zombies? No. I forget what it was. I had one and I didn't write it down. Tammy says she loves a good tease, Joe. Awesome. What did I do now, Hellcat? Laura Wright, we got to get Juror 15 on the channel after this trial. Yeah, I have a feeling he'll probably want to come on. Shirley Roth says, Joe, hey there. Oh my God, we will be listening. Number 15 is the troublemaker. I knew it. Zombie husbands. Maybe was that it? Something. Jen Pookie. Philola's mom is saying hi to Jen. I think it's Jen. Is it Jen or Jen Hen? Did I mistake that up? No says, Joe, I have a feeling he did something rude, like jumped a queue or some sort. He seems that sort. Future says, I don't answer my door either. I did one time because my husband was home and a guy was trying to serve papers to someone I never heard of. I told him and closed the door. He told him to, oh, there's Jen Pookie. There's no toll roads in Tennessee? Serious? Wow. Nice. Widespread panic. We need a band name for this trial. Green chili chicken enchiladas, bamboo shirt. I know. We are woefully lacking. OnlyFans says, Joe, why are you not getting in front of that camera, sir? Not Pretty Bob, Care Bear. Yeah, Sherry. Scott does some pretty funny stuff when he gets scam calls. I know that's like that's fun. It's fun when he answers those. Karen, is Lori now considered a serial? I'm thinking the bamboo enchiladas. All right, I like that. We'll put that one in. Bamboo enchiladas. That's a good one. I also like to say, like, Lori Vallow and the bamboo enchiladas. All right, Sherry, you're going to run to the store. Have a great day. You as well. Band name has to have a nonchalant in the title. Well, we don't want to limit ourselves, Lily. Let's not limit ourselves. Bamchadas. I like that one. That's a good one. The Bamchadas. Do you guys hear a Super Bowl? I gotta show you Super Bowl. Sweet little girl. She's got her little paw over her face. I don't know if you can hear her or not, but she's like. All right, wait, I saw one. The nonchalant enchiladas, Super Kelly G, nonchalant. I don't want to get locked into nonchalant. How about nonchalant and the enchiladas? I'll go with non. Somehow we got to do a play on. We got to do a play. Surfeit of nonchalant. Is juror 15 male, female, young, old? Gentleman in his 50s. Gentleman in his 50s. Hellcat, I love when they cover their little faces. I know. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Hellcat. Yeah, gentleman in his 60s, I think. Joe said he's a little bit older than he, and I believe he's a gentleman in his 60s. Aw, Shirley Roth, Sleepy Super Ball, Pleasant Dreams. Bamboozled. The Bamboozleds. Green Daybell. That one's not bad. Green Daybell. We can go with that one. The Green Daybell. Green Chiladas. All right. I see the juices are flowing now. Green Chiladas. Adrenaline apple juice. Yeah. We got to get that in there. AAJ. Adrenaline apple juice. That sounds like some tech band. Futures got a lurk. Juror 15 flip-flopping zombies. The zombie apocalypse. Evidence will show. Evidence will show. EWS, evidence will show. Evidence will show. I still like nonchalada. That's pretty good. The bamboo enchiladas. Flip-flops. My husband. Holly Mack says nonchalantas. Lolly and the chicken fingers. The storm in a portal. Lolly and the chicken fingers. That one's pretty good. Lolly and the chicken fingers. All right, we have more than made up for our woeful lack of band names. Burger King chicken fries. The storm in a portal. Any storm in a portal. Lurk away future. Is that a band name? The Bamboo Conspirators. That one's not bad. Lulu and the Lulus. Oh, wait. Lolo and the Lulus. That's actually fun to say. I'm going to write that down because it's fun to say. Lolo, or would be Lolly or Lolo. I like Lolo and the Lulus. Lolo and the Lulus. That's fun to say. Chicken fried nonchaladas. Lolly and the chicken fingers with two waters. We are woefully efficient in spewing nonsense. that we are. We are woefully efficient. Lorax and Larry. Brad, I can always count on you. Lorax, is that Lorex? All right, Lorex. Lorax and Larry. All right, that's fun. Lorax and Larry. Daybell and the dummies. Ned and the castings. All right. Keep them coming. I'm going to take a little break. Let me put up my. Let me see. We're off until 5 Eastern. So let's see. Court is at lunch. Court is at lunch. until 5 Eastern. And don't forget, Aaron added a playlist. So all the music that you're going to hear, we've got New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, Zachary Hughes, Monica, and now Lori Daybell. Aaron has uploaded that to our members. So if you guys are members, you can go and check that out. Super Kelly G. Good. Cool. Time for dog training. See y'all on the other side. Yes. All right, guys. I'm going to take a little break. I will see you. Where's my text layer? There. All right. We'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm going to leave you with some chill music. Yeah, so if you like this playlist, Aaron has it on our members only. All right, guys, see you in a little bit. See you in I'll be back in about a half hour. Hello everybody, welcome back. Hope everybody had a good lunch, dinner, break, whatever the case may be. We are back and waiting for court to kick back in. What are you guys talking about? Denny Dawn, how are you? Do you guys think that maybe one of the jury questions is about where are the kids and the judge won't allow any of that to be answered? Yeah, absolutely. No, that's not coming in at all. Paulette Kelly, Kaka? Let's dance? Or is that Baka? Tango, anyone? Paulette Kelly is Let's Dance. Squeegee is flying. Yes, I'm flying Squeegee. Hello, Baka. How are you guys doing? Is that a disco ball? Yeah, what is that? Looks like a... Yeah, I think it is a disco ball. I think that's a disco ball. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. Back in court. All right, got the volume up. We're back in court. We're going to continue on with Detective Nathan Duncan. There were some good band names there, guys. Good job, chat, on that. Let me get this pulled back up. Can't wait to talk to Joe tonight. He said he had a run-in with juror number 15. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. Yep, Pammy says that's a disco ball. Oops. Yep, that's a disco ball. And Seeking Justice, for those that are on Discord, check out Seeking Justice. Deidre made it back. Awesome. Baka, well, it comes up for the word disco. All right, has to be a disco ball then. Yarn work. Detective Duncan is dropping all the mics today. Hey, Queen Olive, I'm here, but still on my phone at my daughter's. All right, cool. Irish Amy, oh wow, I hope Joe is okay after the encounter. I think so. He just said it wasn't a bad encounter. I think he said he just had a... Run-in might be the wrong word for it. What was for lunch? I had leftovers. I cook on Saturday and Sundays, and then I just kind of eat that all week. So it was relatively boring, but Costco chicken for lunch. Cool. I think it's a disco ball. Baca says it comes up for the word disco. Irish Amy, why do these deleters always send text from the victim's phone after, I don't know, after the deed? So Baca says, therapist, it pops up with the word disco. It's got to be a disco ball. Hazel, judge makes all his rulings from the benchilla. Benchilada, I'm sorry. I said benchilla. Benchilada. That's good. Super Kelly G, carne asada and grilled asparagus. Nice. Holly Mack, I can't wait for Lori to cross Duncan. She will. She probably will. Sometimes she's like, no questions, but I'm hoping she does as well. Because he did the extractions, or he analyzed it and stuff, so she's all about that extraction. She wants her hand on that extraction for those threatening text messages. I'm sure she'll ask him about the threatening text messages. Missy Russell saying hello to Holly Mack. Pammy screenshot enlarge. I'm not sure what that means. Dumplings to go. Made a taco pizza for lunch. It's in the oven. Nice. Country fried steak and eggs. Extreme zoom in on the seal. Let's take a look at that seal. Ditas dues. Or due? Dues? Deuce? Extreme close-up on the seal. Missy Russell, I talked to my husband about Lori Vallow, and he doesn't know who she is. I almost told him I was going to divorce him. Lily Wayne is back. Garbage is out for tonight. They collected our recyclables today. Denny Dawn, wow, it's 2 in Arizona. The day got away from me. Yeah. Super Cal, your hub's favorite is the country fried steak. That camera's bouncing around. Anja's back, saying hello. Back again. It's getting juicy. Welcome back, Anja. Take your seats, everybody. Get the popcorn out. Oh. Right, we got some movement. Oh, here comes Lori. Lori is entering. All right. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Parties are present. Bring in the jury. Oh, I did put drafts of proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury.
I will. I have more credits due.
Check for me. You can wait until they actually start to come in. All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Can I have the Elmo, please? Thank you.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down, so.
Wait a second here.
Should be kicking on. I know when it times itself out, it shuts down. You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
They were working on something.
They were working on something?
Yes, I don't know what it was, but they.
Okay. Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
All right, so that's the technical difficulty that Northwest you were talking about. Tag says she didn't just take his phone right before. She left and drove around for an hour with his phone. That's why the GPS phone testimony. Yes. No, they're not. They're not going home. They're coming back. Don't worry. What are they having, a clogging competition? DMB, please stand by. Technical inabilities. Deb says, hope investigator feeling much better. Yeah, it looked like they kind of worked on the white balance too. It doesn't look as yellow. Is there issues trying to get something to work? Yeah, the Elmo, which is that projector. That's what they're trying to. Apparently AV Tech walked in, turned it off and on, fixed. Yeah. Yeah, they do come back on. We're following some courtroom insiders on Twitter. And they start back in. Do not fret. They do come back. So Joe's in the courtroom. He says, there's a different courtroom assistant today other than the usual one, and she's having trouble turning on the projector that displays exhibits to the jury. The jury is dismissed while she tries to figure it out. That was 27 minutes ago, and then 37 minutes ago, we are back in the gallery after lunch break. Duncan is in the courtroom, and Miss K is set to resume direct examination. So, fret not, fret not. We just got to wait a few minutes. Did they just start? Yeah, yep. They're back, Sandra, but there was a difficulty getting the projector back on, so just give it a second. Tag says, so she knew it would cause an argument. Yep, Tylee was complicit in helping because she wasn't getting along with Charles. I agree with that. So without a phone, Charles had no chance of filming his own or calling 911 to survive. Yeah. That's true. Tag Northwest says bullet went through his heart. He wasn't surviving with or without his phone. Could he have called 911? They say he could be alive for up to 2 minutes or so. 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I don't think you're... Yeah. Deb says, no need to shoot him twice, ego-driven. Irish Amy says, I also think Lori wanted to see what Charles was texting. 100%, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Super Kelly G, you guys are so great. Multiple sources of information so we don't have to wonder. Thank you, Super Kelly G. Yeah, we have Joe in the courtroom. Joe Schmo's in the courtroom, and you can see our bot posts stuff. So that's him tweeting JS_media88. You can also join Joe and I tonight. We do a dual stream. Joe's handle is, or his channel is Joe Schmo88. So we'll break down everything that, if you missed anything today, we break it all down. And Joe apparently had a nonverbal interaction with juror number 15. So definitely come and check that out. So we're also checking in with Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. She's with Law and Crime, and we're checking in on her Twitter account as well. The Ditat Dues, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. So something with God, God enriches. Latin for God enriches. Pammy Googled it, but you forgot already. In the time it took you to, Pammy, so in the time it took you to go from Google to chat, you forgot what it meant. Pammy. I hope. Joe's link, it's coming up. Hold on a sec. I know, just give it a second. The link for his Twitter is here, Holly. That's his Twitter, JS_media88. Oh, the other day, Pammy? The other day, all right. Sorry, I disparaged you there. Sorry, Pammy. Here I had visions of you Googling it and then going from your one browser to chat and forgetting. Oh, no shame, Pammy, Hellcat says, and OnlyFan. Pammy got zombied. Nice. Hellcat, you felt that to your core? Nice. So AV is coming in. I used to work in an AV. I used to work at a company called AVR, Audio Visual Rentals. Never did court. Never did audio video for court, but I did large event planning, large staging. My claim to fame, one of my favorite stories was oh God, I forgot her name. Jesus. Hold on a sec. I'm drawing complete blanks right now. Give me a second. I'll get back to that thought while I look it up. I have to Google it because I'm that bad at remembering who it was. It's so bad. You guys are going to scream when I tell you who it was. Susan Sarandon. Okay.
All right, please be seated. The jury is now present. I'll ask the courtroom assistant to, can you delete the laptop portion of that? All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. All right, so just to put us back into perspective, when we broke before lunch, we were discussing Exhibit 227, correct?
Yes.
And this was some of the SMS or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lolly Time iCloud account.
Correct.
Okay. And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th referencing the intervention.
Yes.
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
Yes.
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
Correct.
Now, as we go to the next page of this report, for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then, as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out?
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying, at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account, and you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's?
I
or
did.
Z?
Just the single letter Z.
Single letter Z. And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother Alex Cox saying, bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
So she's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her, that explains his interest in Charles.
Did you say her brother? I think as far as Z or Zach? Zach is
Her brother first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct, yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January, and it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach, it makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on this same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned, makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned?
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared?
Correct.
Left JJ with Charles.
Yes.
And we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
As that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit.
Yes.
And the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say, with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being dead?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies?
Correct.
And others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day, or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
Okay. And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of Sum, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Sum.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562, is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th, in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex, that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie and the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here. Right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
No, he didn't. And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie, or Mel, and when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the LollyTime at iCloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B, or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the LollyTime?
Yes, they are.
And do those, again, involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah?
Yes.
As well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B. on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. Sorry, right here. When we look at 227, we see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later, where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B. They have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure. Yes. Sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B. says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me. Right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And do we see here that Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes,
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asks her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So, on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow, and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow? Question mark.
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the 10th, Lori Vallow was already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see, again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all, and then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's, Charles isn't there, he'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those 2 prior messages, so you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So yes, so this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not, no.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220. Did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lolly Time at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write a, I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
It did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon?
They did.
And about Ned?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with 229. Honor, may the state will move to admit Exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundation's been made. I will admit 229?
229.
229 is admitted.
So, we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so, One of the first message in this Exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed.
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see, again, messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, you really had not seen this open, obvious discussions about their relationship.
I had not.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
Although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And is November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing.
Yeah.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry. To remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So, who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love.
Yes.
The cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
Again, more conversations both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019?
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room?
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security?
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security?
Correct.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional, continuing, everyday, multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email, or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after
Yes,
that?
they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2.
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, aka Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. Looking at 288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
So starting with 288, was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
230, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is again July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one though is an earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out?
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the email sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged, you should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. She then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the 2 on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Yes.
During your review of those Lolly Time at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii.
I can have my paralegal approach with 233. Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report as well as the actual document that was in the lollytime@icloud.com account that you reviewed, that the police obtained through a search warrant, relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 10/31, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffitt?
Moffitt, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case?
Yes.
Or? Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you're aware, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those...
Somewhat.
During that time, that year in between,
yes, yeah.
Before you became the case agent?
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on?
I understood it,
okay.
Yes.
That's good. So let's go over that day again real quick when you were there. What time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't...
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in. I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until a search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified. I'm still confused, sorry.
I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so that, and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. And then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm, and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had, when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
But sometime in between that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out? Or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffitt, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffitt was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffat is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Kuhn's report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance.
Sustained as to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained as to asked and answered. He already answered that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So,
Sustained.
Did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
Did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
Correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive?
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified, that's correct?
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were, is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right. But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what
Don't you want all the information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That would be me. As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
Did he touch the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
And I'm going to object and move to strike that.
The jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month, is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So, on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF, and what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We can then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as a NIBIN report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. So when we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay. So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested?
No.
That you ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that either.
Okay. So, Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th.
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike on the floor. If you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so were you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply with everything asked of us by law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
He can testify to what he observed for himself, so if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I have read the reports.
So you have read the reports,
Yeah.
and as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex, or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so, according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
Okay. So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right. The one I couldn't remember how to spell.
Again, Your Honor.
Sustained, please don't testify.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
There's so much information, I don't know whether we received his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent?
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent, and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever...
Yeah, at this moment I don't recall.
So there's no Cellbrite of it, is that correct, in the discovery?
think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe that was, I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is, or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes.
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him, or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffett's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffett, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh. And so he kind of walked it through with you, and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, you would think?
I don't know, Your Honor. A lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes. We should take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right.
All right, they're going to take a 15-minute break, so we're going to go through what we've heard so far. So Lori's up on cross, but before we get there, we came back from lunch and we heard from Detective Duncan on direct. They got into They got into the text messages. Basically, Z meaning zombie. Talked about text messages from September 3rd. Alex and Lori going back and forth about more sad news. Let's see, bad news on our brother, meaning Adam. Adam is now a zombie. He's a Z. Let's see, Zach. They were talking about Zach being a zombie, Brandon being a zombie. So it was Charles, it was Adam, Zach, Brandon are all being tied. I got tired. Are all being tied to Charles, right? So then Lori disappeared around February. That's when she disappeared, and then this was around the time that Alex and her were also texting about Adam, Zach, and Brandon were all tied to Charles. How did Zach die, or was he forced out? Lori says it's crazy, I know, but it's sad news, and they're talking about the 24. Now we know about the 24. Zach, it came out as Adam's son. Then Summer comes in. Lori knows there's an intervention. Mom is asking for help. So now Lori is on the side of, Summer is on the side of Lori, and she's trying to give her information. Then there's Melanie. Melanie Boudreau comes in. So Lori had this huge web of people that were, on her side. Her mom, her sister, Melanie, who is her niece. Let's see. So Summer's providing updates to Lori on Adam and Zach throughout the day, and this was July 11th. Because don't forget, Adam is there, and then he's his son Zach was staying at his parents' house, his grandparents' house, right? So then they're driving around. Let's see. Melanie was willing to lie to Zach. Let's see. No, Summer was willing to lie to Zach, so no one knows where Lori is. Zeus, who is the dog, they were put in the kennel. And Adam did say under testimony that he and Zach stayed at Summer's house because she was on vacation, and that they were watching her dog. So the dog's name was Zeus. Melanie and Lori text 8 p.m. You can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us. Lori's like, they have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon. Melanie's like, I can take the babies and drive and take our stuff. And Lori's like, says, no, you can't go. We need to defend ourselves. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything. Lori gives Melanie a mission. I know it's hard to just sit there, but this is an important mission. So Melanie is supposed to be playing sick to distract Brandon, right? Then Lori tells Melanie, do you want to come over for a blessing? Charles will be coming over the next morning. Then Chad comes in. Bubby comes in. So on the morning of, Lori and Chad are texting at 6:12, 7 o'clock, 7:33. Then there's a phone call at 12:39. Lori and Chad are calling each other 2:28, 5:42, 7 o'clock, 7:54. Then they get into the romantic messages. And she writes, Trina K. Chad wrote, I'll call it a romantic story. So this is where we hear about James and Elena. That started in November at the time of the Preparing the People's Conference. And then this was an objection. Lori objected just to the relevance as to the conspiracy. So Lori says, Chad, my mom became so mad she went off on Adam. Mom kicked Adam out, said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic. Chad says, Raphael is deeply, crazily, madly in love with you. Recovering addict. Awesome. All right, thank you, Recovery Addict and their viewers. Thank you, Recovery Addict. Thank you for a raid. Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you for coming in. We are at a break, an afternoon break in Arizona versus Lori Daybell, day 7. So thank you. Welcome in, guys. Appreciate it. So I'm just doing a recap for what we saw from lunch until the afternoon break. So Chad is now Raphael. He's deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily. He wants to vanish with her to another world. He says, I love you so much. You are my greatest desire and my best friend. Then Chad on July 14th. Now remember, Charles has been shot on the 11th. So on the 14th, Chad says, I've been clearing the Houston house. That's where Charles lived, was in Houston. I have removed the darkness he caused. Chad talks about cheek to cheek and loin to loin. You know, I had to say that one. Then there's from the 15th to the 17th, this is July 15th through the 17th, that there are multiple texts of love between the two of them. Then we hear about the insurance phone call on the 18th. Lori says, I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably done. It was probably Ned before we got rid of him. So that's pretty important, right? So she's clearly admitting that they got rid of Ned. They can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month for Social Security. She weakly objects. Lori weakly objects, just for the relevance, Your Honor. He's not even saying, sustained. He's just saying admitted. She objected about 5 or 6 times and just admitted. Then they talk about the sweet Hawaiian wedding. So then they get married in November 5th, 2019 is when they get married. So thank you guys for coming in. Thank you, Recovery Addict. Appreciate you guys coming in. Take the poll. We have a poll going. Guys, take the poll. Should law enforcement go after more people in this conspiracy? So please take the poll as you guys are coming in. Don't forget to take the poll. So now we're on cross. So Lori comes in and says, when did you become a case agent? He says, Detective Duncan says June 2020. Moffitt got promoted to lieutenant. What did you do differently? He says, nothing really, just looked at the records. He was at the house on July 11th. Now, don't forget, Charles was shot on July 11th. He arrived shortly before 9:15 and he left around 4:30. So she's like, so I'm still confused. Lori admits twice she was confused. And then, of course, that gets objected to for testifying, and judge is like, just ask the question. Charles never went in an ambulance, because she thought Charles went in an ambulance. He's like, nope, he went in the medical examiner's vehicle. Let's see, he collected the firearms, he looked for blood evidence, and he reported the death to the medical examiner. Most people cleared out around 4:30. Let's see. There was no body cam when they walked through. It was Moffitt, Coons, Werther, and Jordan. Werther did have a body cam, but apparently that was malfunctioning. Then there was a series of objections, ask and answer about him. Lori was asking Duncan about all these reports. Did you read the reports? And there was like four objections. So here's where it gets really interesting. So the bat was tested for fingerprints. The results were inconclusive. There were prints, but they didn't know whose they were. The DNA was never tested. He says, why not? Or she says, why not? Well, you have to look at the probative value. DNA is not time specific. And I thought this was really great because he's like, Tylee owned it. You live there, meaning Laura, you live there. Alex was there. Charles at some point was there. So even though you test DNA, yeah, you could find Charles's DNA on the bat, but that doesn't mean it happened at that moment in time. I thought that was pretty good. I think for the jury, I think one moment in this for me so far, Duncan, would be that. Thank you, Fala, for the gifting 5 Trial TV Live memberships. Hopefully you got somebody that just came in. That would be awesome. I think when she said we got rid of Ned, we got rid of him. I think that was a big moment. And then testing the bat for DNA, it doesn't matter because Charles's DNA could have been on there, but that could have been from a year ago. Whenever that bat was purchased. Now here's where it got confusing for me. She said there was blood on the bat. He said yes, but then they go on. There was no visible blood on the bat. And I remember Coons was saying that. Detective Coons said that. But then she's saying, well, don't you want all the info on that bat? And he's like, then he says it's not showing there was blood on the bat. So I don't know. I got to talk to Joe about that tonight. We're doing a recap with Joe. I got to ask him about that. And then the firearm was tested March 2025. So she's like, so it wasn't after my investigator said the gun should be tested that you tested it? He's like, he kind of chuckles. He's like, no, I never tested. I'm sorry, I never talked to your investigator. Then they talk about the floorboard and the projectile, why that wasn't tested, why my husband's shirt wasn't tested. So why didn't you test the shirt? He's like, I was comfortable with the medical examiner's report. This is the whole shored wound. She's trying to get that in. The ME said he wasn't sure Charles was laying on the floor. And she's like, so then she asked, were you there to witness it with your own eyes? That's like her standard question. He's like, no. Surprised she doesn't use that at the end. Usually she says that at the end. Did my brother and my daughter and myself willingly comply? He's like, I can't answer that. Another objection comes in. And she's like, he's the case agent, Your Honor. And he's like, if you want to tailor your questions, then go ahead. She's like, did we comply? That got objected to. He says that was sustained for form. He says, I'm not in charge of everyone, but I did read the reports. Another objection. There was a lot of objections. Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply? He said, I did not. Did we turn our phones willingly over? He says, yep. He wasn't sure about Alex turning his phone over because he wasn't there. Is there body cam of Alex turning his over his phone? He says, yep, that's correct. He doesn't have any knowledge of who took the phone. Officer Krautheim drove him, and she's like, oh, yeah, that's the one I couldn't remember. That, of course, was objected to. She just keeps testifying. She just keeps, yeah. Then she's like, you're the case agent. You don't know who took my phone, husband's phone? And then that just kind of trailed off. Then she kind of talked about his phone records. You're the case agent, right? Wouldn't that be crucial information for the law enforcement to know? So she's on and on. She's kind of going in this circle about there's these threatening text messages from Charles to her. She wants, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, she's been trying to get the phone. She wants the extraction. The extraction's been given to her, but then her investigator and her cell phone expert can't open them up. So it's just been kind of this whole thing about she's been trying to get the phone extractions, the raw data. She's saying the state is just giving it to her piecemeal. When they do give it to her, she can't open it. So she wants this phone. She wants Charles's phone so that she can show these threatening messages. I say, Lori, be careful what you ask for, because I'm sure there's also a ton of messages on there saying, where are you? You've been gone for 20, 30, 40, 50 days. Where are you? So I think ultimately she wants the phone extractions so she can show these threatening messages that she keeps putting in there. So, and then now it's like, how much do we have left? She's like, I don't know, Your Honor. And so now we're at the break. So, how are we doing, chat? Be sure to answer the question, should law enforcement go after more people in this conspiracy? We heard about Melanie Boudreau. We heard about, if you're a juror, you've heard about Tylee. You've heard about JJ. You knew Tylee was 16 and you knew JJ was 7, right? So Tylee, 6 years ago, Tylee was 16. She's got to be 22 right now, right? So you're like, well, where's Tylee? What's up with Tylee? Why aren't we hearing from Tylee? And JJ, okay, JJ's a kid. We're not going to hear from JJ. If I was a juror, I'd be like, where's Tylee? What's up with her? Where's Chad? Now we just heard about Chad. What's up with Chad? So, Scott R.S. Footy, be back on the Rewatch crew. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you for being here. Barb Russell, I think she will slip. She's skating dangerously close to the edge every time she gets her dander up, and speaking about Chad gets her riled up. Absolutely. And for those that came in that don't know, every day after court, Joe Schmo and I do a recap. So in case you missed anything, please join us. It'll be at 9 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. Joe had an encounter, let's say, with juror number 15. And if you're familiar with this case, juror number 15 has been all over this case. His fingerprints are all over this case. The day one, his phone created a hubbub, a kerfuffle in the courtroom where it tapped into the speaker and his music was broadcast to the courtroom. He was texting his daughter during testimony. That was, I think that was day 2. He was talking with juror 16 about Social Security the other day. So juror 15, if you guys are new to this case, juror 15 has been all over this. And our Joe Schmo in the courtroom, he's there with Nate Eaton and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. So he's got the scoop. So if you guys have questions for Joe tonight, definitely show up. 9 o'clock Eastern. DMB, yes, 15 is the new 13. It's a cursed number now. Yeah, totally. Krista Johnson, recaps are awesome. Thank you for that. Susie, they are bringing in so many facts on Brandon in this trial. He ought to be another good one too. Yeah, right after this, don't forget, is Brandon. Not after this trial, not tonight, but after this trial. love the word kerfuffle. I might change my middle name. I'm going to. All right, they're back. I'll see you on the other side, guys.
Anything that this witness read in another officer's report, he can't testify to whether those things are true or not unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed, saw, or heard, but again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in. All right, thank you. The jury is now present. You may be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Detective Duncan, in all those text messages, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview our mother, Janice Cox?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
I have not.
Did you interview our sister, Summer Shiflett?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
No.
Did you interview our father, Barry Cox?
No.
Did you read or watch his interview?
No.
So the only source that you have for this investigation of the shooter in your case is through our brother Adam? Is that correct?
And all of the contacts mentioned through your iClouds.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Well, none of the people that you mentioned were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day, or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay. And through your investigation, you found out that, as you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text back, which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
I object to the form of the question. Argumentative.
Well, it's also compound. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to any other member of my family?
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
More than one or two?
I don't know.
Okay, but you knew of at least one?
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay. So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it, is that correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi, what does Nephi stand for. I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question, tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you aware that 4 of those books are books of Nephi?
I am not.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That there's many stories of Nephi. Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
So the very first story is the story that...
I'm going to object to testifying.
It sounds like that's the way it was going, so please just ask questions.
So you did not read the Book of Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search, yes.
So you did an internet search, and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to again object as to testifying, and the detective has already indicated, so asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
What was the question? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can the court reporter tell
There's
us?
4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
I can only go off of what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there, but based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up consistently.
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier, that was an order to kill. That I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury. Is that true?
Those were read. There was no explanation as to what it meant.
As the case agent, what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
What do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the when we were investigating it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication, you're just talking?
Correct.
And being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes.
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffat to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested?
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
Through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee, so we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around the whole entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had the gun in your possession?
Yes.
And you're in a police station?
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested. Is that not right?
Yes.
So why didn't you test them?
Because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess you're making, we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime. Is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime. Is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things?
Objection.
As the case agent.
Answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked?
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted?
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene?
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood?
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Swipes of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat?
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles.
Yes.
And the day after that, as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at a time. We can only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that and make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to mash these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're looking through this, are you then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show conversations over the weeks and months. Sometimes we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and just go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene?
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location of the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes.
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it and they'll just hand that right over?
Correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood, and I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No.
So saliva can have it?
Correct.
Sweat?
Correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did not see visible blood?
I did not.
And we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
They would not.
Would just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body. Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and check out the scene?
He does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene.
I was.
And you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground, on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message?
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
Did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others, who were aware of who Ned was?
Correct.
Or what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
Okay. So, others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did?
Yes.
We're asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed?
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one.
The exhibit?
Well, I think we're going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though. Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. It was an afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that photo?
Yes.
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
All right, so that's been admitted into evidence.
The time is 2:13.
And the next question is the countertop in that picture, do you recognize that as whether or not that's the same countertop at the the Four Peaks address?
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
Okay. Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any. Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred? Let me pull in. As well as sort of what time the phone is showing.
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. All right, state's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute?
I wish I had time to do a poll, but I don't. What do you guys think? We'll do a quick poll. Quick poll. Will Lori present a case? Quick poll. I don't have time to put one up. Well, maybe I will. Let me see if I can get a quick poll up there. Will Lori present a case? All right, quick poll, guys. Quick poll. Quick poll, no cheating. Quick poll, will Lori testify? I'm sorry, will she present a case? She's gonna answer in a few. But what about Sinbad? But what about all the twos? Yeah. Whisper, whisper, whisper. If you're listening, quick poll. She's conferring with her counsel.
Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder. There was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having an intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene, the statements by the defendant to Detective N. Clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell, all of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury. How long does the state anticipate its closing argument being?
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30. Is that enough time?
The state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work? Again, I'm asking for Monday, but if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow. All right. do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, so
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know.
All right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay? So let's meet tomorrow, though, to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put it on the calendar.
Be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10, and I think
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here, and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right? If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
All right, that was interesting. All right, so Aaron added a poll. Do you think Lori will change her mind? Let's go through. How's my audio, you guys? Audio okay? Let me know if audio is okay. Doing a mic check. How is my audio? Can you guys hear me okay? Jury is not coming in tomorrow. Please let me know if my audio is okay. How is my audio? Doing a mic check. How's my audio? Jury is not coming in today. How's my audio, guys? Check. Can't hear the squeegee. All right, cannot hear me. Audio is okay. Very low. All right, let me turn it up. I swear I didn't do anything from earlier. Audio is great audio. Can hear me, low, good. Oh my God, which is it, you guys? Am I good or no? Some people are saying low, some people are saying good. I don't know what to do. Half of you are saying it's good, half of you are saying it's bad. It was fine. Audio is good. Sounds good to me. All right. I'm just going to go with good because I didn't do anything from this afternoon. So if you can't hear me, turn it up, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So we had the break there. Okay. So the judge said, sounds like I'm in a tunnel. It's great. Clear, low. Sounds great. It's fine. You guys are freaking me out, man. Half of you saying it's fine, half of you are saying it's low. All right, to those that it's low, turn it up. I'm just going to call it a day because I haven't done anything to it. So if it's low to you, just turn it up. Okay? That's all I can tell you. All right, so let's see. After the break, we were still on cross. Lori, let's say, so the judge says anything this office reads goes. Let's see. Anything this office reads goes to hearsay. So please don't ask any questions. Just ask what his personal knowledge is. Lori says, "I understand, Your Honor." So this is when she got a little snarky, right? In all the text message, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview my mom? No. Did you interview my father? I did not. Did you interview Summer? No. Did you watch their interviews? No. He only interviewed Adam. So none of those people were present at the event. That's why he didn't interview them, because they weren't at the event. Let's see. Did you ask my mom what she meant? Did you ask Summer? He says no. And then she said, did you ask me what I meant in those text messages? And he kind of chuckled and he said, I couldn't. And then Lori said, okay, that shut her down. I thought that was like a moment, right? So she was going to open the door with that, and then he's like, she changed quickly. Adam testified he didn't get a call or a text back. This is with Adam talking to Alex, right? So the only person you got info from was my estranged brother. That was objected to twice. Why didn't you speak to my family? He said, I did. I spoke to a lot of people. But you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch those interviews. And he said, ultimately, I did speak with Summer. Then she goes into the story of Nephi. What research did you do? He said, I Googled it, and everybody I talked to, meaning he talked to members of the church, they all confirmed, that was the story. Then Lori goes into, well, do you know there's 15 books of Nephi? He's like, no, I'm not familiar with that. And there are many stories about Nephi. He says, I'm not familiar with that. And then she goes on to start testifying, and that's objected to. Ultimately, he says he hasn't read the stories, but he just talked to members of the church. The internet, he said, gave him, the background of the stories. Super Bowl. Here, for those of you that don't know Super Bowl, here's my pearl eagle. This is Super Bowl. This is her little cat bed. This is her little cat cloud bed, and this is little Super Bowl right here. That's a good girl. So that's my pearl eagle. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the players. Did you discover that there are 25 stories of Nephi? I got to talk to Joe about this. So if you guys missed any of the testimony today, Joe Schmo, who was at the courtroom, he's going to be, we're going to be doing a dual stream with him at 9 o'clock, which is about another hour and 15 minutes. 9 Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. So stick around for that. All right, so there's 25 stories of Nephi. I did not know that. There's 4 different prophets. That was objected to. Judge actually overruled that. And then Duncan says, I'm sorry, I can't remember the question. To me, Lori was talking very fast, right? Did you guys think she was talking very, very quickly? I thought. So it's true that you have no idea what I was referring to. He says, I can't tell you what you were thinking, but based on my knowledge, that's the story that came up consistently. You told the jury it was an order to kill. He said it was the story, and he says that was the story that Adam told him. And then the judge is like, just ask the question, stop testifying. Do you have knowledge those messages meant what they did? He says, no. Are you aware my brother was a stand-up comedian and everything is a joke? He said, I heard that. I just found that out like the other day that Alex was a stand-up comedian. I didn't get that. I didn't hear that before, but that's funny that he's a stand-up comedian. Let's see. There was no explanation to the jury and of what these text messages were, right? And he's like, well, the text messages were read. They weren't. There was no interpretation. They were just read, right? Did you search out the facts? He says, yes. Do you feel that you've done that? He says, yes. You've done everything you can to find out what happened that day. He says, correct. Here's where she's definitely getting snarky and snippy. You're confident in that? He's like, yeah, I'm confident in that. Did you illumine all the bat? He says, well, there was nothing visible, so there was no reason to do that. Can it still be there? He says, if it was cleaned off, it might show protein, but we made the decision not to test for DNA. Then Trina K objects. And before the judge can make a ruling, she cuts him off. Wouldn't Luminol be important? I can't believe she cut the judge off, but he didn't say anything. He didn't like be like, excuse me. He just let that roll. He doesn't believe that luminol would be important. Same with the gun. So why didn't you test them? He says there was no visible blood. Wouldn't you want to know that for sure? He said, well, we've made decisions based on the facts and didn't feel it was necessary. But you've charged me with a crime. Like, that's correct. I conducted an investigation. And then there was like, and Trina K's like, objection, like 4 times, ask and answer. That was sustained. What logical explanation do you have that you didn't use all the tools at your disposal in the last 5 years? No, that was objected to. And she's trying to get in like, you guys did shoddy police investigation, shoddy police work. Where's the proof? You know, that's where she's going with, right? So then redirect, Trina K comes up. Luminol is used to clean up. Luminol is used to clean up a scene. Luminol is used to clean up a scene, or when a scene is cleaned up. Oh well, luminol is used. Hold on. Luminol is used when a scene is cleaned up. Now I'm typing, guys. I wasn't typing before. Now I'm typing. All right, luminol is clean when a scene is cleaned up, or when they think a scene is cleaned up. He's had this info for weeks. If they had this info, this planning, they had this. There was evidence of them planning weeks, if not months before. He saw inconsistencies in the self-defense based on the scene. He was not aware of the background of all the individuals. He didn't see visible blood on the bat. If you found Tylee's DNA, you couldn't. He couldn't time it in any way. And she's like, and just put a little ticky mark in there. She said ticky mark. Had to look to others in order to sort out who Ned was. So that was where Serena and Christina came in. Adam provided the story of Nephi. So then he Googled it. Then he spoke to members of the church to make sure there wasn't another story. And that's the story that was told. All right, now I got to find out. All right. Then we get to jury questions. So the judge says we may need the exhibit. So regarding the pictures of Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time? He says he doesn't know for certain, so then they pull it up. So the time was 2:13, and the countertop is from Four Peaks. He says, no, it isn't. That was the next question. Is the countertop from Four Peaks? He's like, no, it is not. So it just proves that. Oh, then the state comes back up. In that exhibit, do we see Tuesday at 9:08 when the message occurs and what the phone is showing? He's like, yep. So it clearly is this was Adam and Charles's text, and it was and it would be Charles's phone, not Adam's phone, right? So it was Charles's phone, and Alex took a screenshot of the phone. Okay. And then the state rests. The state rested. Then I asked, how will Lori present a case? And we got that in because the judge asked, do you plan on presenting a case? She asks, can I confer? He says, yes, go ahead. So then after that, she says, she pulls out Rule 20. State has failed to present evidence of conspiracy. She just wanted to put that on the record. State says there's enough evidence, Your Honor. Excuse me. And then, do you want to add anything? And she's like, the judge asks, do you want to add anything? And she's like, no. And then the judge says, jury has enough evidence. So then he asks her again, what do you plan to do? Defense rests. So 204 votes. Will Lori present a case? 53% of you said no. 46% of you said yes. So the 53% of you that said no win door prizes. Then state wants to do closings on Monday. Lori says she hasn't had time to go over the jury instructions and agrees Monday is better. So then the state said, can we have the defense say we rest in front of the jury? So ultimately, the judge says, if you change your mind, I need to know, because no jury tomorrow. We're going to go over jury instructions, but I need to know if you're going to change your mind and decide to testify, because that's going to change jury instructions, obviously. So tomorrow, okay, so then, finally, they're going to put it on. So there's no court in Arizona on Friday, right? Arizona does not have court on Fridays. So tomorrow, he's putting it on the calendar for 10 o'clock. So Lori can come in, she can talk to her counsel, and then 10:45, they're going to meet in the courtroom. I hope they stream it. Because if they don't stream it, I don't know what we're going to do. That's going to stink if they don't stream it. So we got to figure that out. But in any event, jury instructions on Monday. Let's see, I can probably come back to here. So jury instructions on Monday. Closing arguments. And remember, their openings were not long at all. All right, let's go back. What were opening arguments? Let me see. Did I take a count of that? So state's opening was only 45 minutes, right? It was no Monica Cimitilli. It was no 2 days. And the state's closing was like 3 days and like 18 hours or something, 14 hours, something like that. So state's opening was only 45 minutes, right? So that's not that wasn't that long of an opening. And then defense's opening was only 16 minutes. And Lori went through the whole evidence will show. That's where we come up with the twos. The evidence will show. TEWS. She didn't prove any of this. She didn't prove a single thing. She said the evidence will show that there was video captured. I was waiting for this. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee had a fight. Fight was getting worse. It increased to physical fights in 2019. February and March was captured on video. May and July, worst of all in July. We didn't see any of that. We saw no evidence of that. She said the evidence will show that Charles started sending hostile text messages and Summer was concerned. We didn't see that. The evidence will show that Colby, Cole and Zach were not living at home anymore. Okay, I think we saw that. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3. We didn't hear that. We heard he had autism, but we didn't know he was diagnosed at 3, I don't think. Let's see. Did the evidence show that Lori booked a rental? Not quite sure about that. Did the evidence show that Tylee and Alex were asleep and only Lori and JJ were awake? Didn't hear that. Did the evidence show that Charles started yelling at Lori? We didn't hear that. Did the evidence show that Alex didn't have a shirt on and he was pulling up his pants when he came out of the room? Didn't show that. Did the evidence show that Tylee was on the ground and Lori picked her up and sent her outside? JJ was still in the car running? No, she testified. There was no evidence. She didn't show any of this. Did the evidence show that JJ was struggling to get out of the car? Nope, didn't show that. Yeah, evidence didn't show any of it. All right, Pammy, we'll see you in a bit. We'll see you in a bit, Pammy. Another hour or so, we'll be coming back with Joe Schmo. Let's see, what else? So then the other, so out of 296 votes, should law enforcement go after more people in this conspiracy? Right? So 296 votes, 75% of you said yes, law enforcement should go after more people in this conspiracy. 24% of you said no. So, hey, Journeys, thank you for joining us. Yes, what a day, I agree. All right, Rachel B. Saidi says Nephi is the guy in the Mormon Bible who Lori compared herself to. She said there were a bunch of Nephis in different stories. Not so. We're definitely going to ask Joe about that. That is something, because he's a former LDS. Joe Schmo, who's going to be on in an hour, is former LDS, and he will absolutely tell us about the different. He'll debunk that one way or the other. Denny Dawn says, and that I'm completely innocent. She thinks she is winning. Yeah. Made up Nephis. Sorry, plural. Nephi. Oops, sorry. Angelique Nephi. I know, I heard it like 3 or 4 times, and I'm just trying to get it in. Nephi. Super Kelly G says, evidence will show equals I said it, but she didn't testify unless you count her stupid comments. She kept trying to testify, and State kept saying objection, objection, objection. Nephi. Thank you, Sinbad. Nephi. Butterfly Dana says, the Book of Mormon, there are 4 books that bear the name of Nephi, 1st Nephi, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, per Google. All right, we are definitely going to ask. We're going to ask Joe about that. That will be something we can ask Joe. If you guys have questions for Joe, definitely come on in. Therapist, you know. Your mom's trying to get it in. Daddy Don says, ever seen a pro se defendant get off of the charge? Have any of you? Yeah, the Treehouse murder. That guy. That was a hung jury. Do you remember that? We did watch it. We weren't streaming at that point in time, but we did watch it. Ooh, maybe we should do that while we're... We got to do something. If they're not airing anything tomorrow, we got to do something for Thursday and Friday, you guys. Maybe we'll pick up on the Treehouse murder. All right, we have to figure that out. Dwayne says, if I win the poll, can my door prize be a guitar? If a digital guitar is acceptable to you, then yes. I'll give you door prizes are digital guitars. Pam says, in my opinion, she testified during the opening. Yep. Yeah, the Treehouse. I think it was a hung jury, right, Susie? Pretty sure it was a hung jury. Sinbad, I had to go look at my Book of Mormon to count the books again. I haven't read it since 1980. Hellcat, or come on in anyway. Traveling Teresa, but there is only one Nephi or Laban story. Nanar, the case was annoying. Short Life Creations. She was just so mad at the detective, like he was the only one that was doing all this to her. She wanted to make him look bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Dwayne, you win a digital guitar. Journeys, I hope so. We don't know. We do not know. I hope so. A lot of all the pretrial hearings were live, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed. It's just jury instructions, but still. The leprechaun that, I don't remember that. I don't know about that one. Alice says, yeah, that was a hung jury, yeah. Treehouse murder, that was Ty. He is free and clear now. He got arrested in Oregon, though, for doing something. I remember we looked that up. He did something out in Oregon and he got arrested. But I guess that was Dwayne, Nancy Brophy on Direct and Cross. I know, we've totally just dropped off from Nancy Brophy. Jen Joe, it was hung, but then didn't he plead on the second one? Yeah, there was. He something happened with him recently, like within the last month or so. He ended up taking a plea. Bellatrix, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. All right, let's see. Treehouse murder trial. Not trial. Let's see. It resulted in a mistrial after the jury couldn't reach a unanimous decision, but Tucker later pled guilty to robbery with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to time served. So there you go. Sorry. So Franklin Ty Tucker. So this was, there you go. So the trial resulted in a mistrial after the jury couldn't reach a unanimous verdict, but Tucker later pled guilty to robbery with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to time served. Something, Butterfly, something happened to him out in Oregon. Let me see that. I remember looking that up a couple months ago. He was released from jail. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Oregon. It was definitely out in Oregon. I forget what the deal was. He was jailed in Oregon for a $3 million bond. Monroe judge issued an arrest warrant. He was free after posting a $2 million bond in 2019. On May 3rd of 2024, he was arrested and booked in Multnomah County Jail in Portland, Oregon, after Keyes court officials said he violated the conditions of his pretrial release by missing a scheduled urinalysis test for alcohol. So it was either drugs or alcohol. So he was... So he eventually took the urine test and only missed the previously scheduled one because he arrived at the lab. He was told he couldn't take the test. All right, so whatever. So yeah, he was arrested out in Oregon. Oh, Mel, are you taking off? Are you saying goodnight? Well, thank you for being with us. Grass is green enough, Multnomah. Thank you for that. Aaron is saying, have a wonderful night, Mel. Thank you for being with us, Mel. We really appreciate that you are here. I know, Dwayne, we've owed you Nancy Brophy for 9 months. We started it. But then I think we had to get rid of it because I wasn't on screen or something. I forget now. He's out. He did pro se like Lori. He was interviewed on most of the top YouTube crime channels. Are we rebels, Nanar? We are rebels. Well, Multnomah. Oh, well, Noma. All right, I can get with that. Multnomah. Good night, Mel. You're so glad to be a part of this community. We're glad that you are a part of our community as well. Thank you so much. Denny Dawn, I just want justice for Charles. The other Vic got it, and Charles should too. I agree. Nancy Brophy is a romance novelist who was accused of shooting her husband out in Oregon. He was a chef at a culinary institute out there. And she was accused of shooting him and killing him. All right, Jen 405, thank you for being with us. See you for Joe Schmo. Karen, probably not. Aaron reserves that right, so probably not. Grass is green, thank you. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the phonetics there. Nancy wrote a crime novel. She wrote a lot. Well, she bought a gun, a ghost gun, right? It's the kind of gun that you put together. We started to watch it, and then I don't think I was on screen because that's the whole point why we got demonetized. So then I came on screen. So I think we had to delete all of them, and that's like a 30-day trial. That was or 35-day trial. It was good, but it was long. So we may do a rewatch at some point. Dawn says, wait, Nanar sounds like a wait, hold on. Sounds like a plan. I was teasing the Rebel comment. Oh, oh no, trust me, I'm cool with that. Dawn says, thanks for streaming and being a great host. Love your cat. Aw. Well, just for that, Dawn, I will give you another shot of Super Ball. Oh, big yawnies. Oh, big yawnies. That's a good girl. There you go. Super Ball in all of her glory. And I get the bite. Yeah, it's a good girl. I rub the belly, I get a bite. Yeah, it's a good girl. Okay. Yeah, good girl. Just give me the love bites. Good girl. Super Bowl giving love bites. Nephi. All right, so there's the URL. Myself and Joe Schmo, we're going to be on tonight. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to grab some food, rest the old throat. That is not a Martin. That is a Yamaha, Zach. I got that for $100 from a friend of mine, actually a friend of my brother-in-law. I bought that in 87, 88. While I was living in New York City. I had an electric and I needed an acoustic, so I got that. So no, that's a Yamaha. The two acoustics I have are Yamahas. I do not have a Martin or an Ovation. Oh, Widespread Panic, thank you. You like the shirt? I have a shirt pattern I could use to sew one like that for... Whoa! Super Bowl almost just fell off the table. I may have inspired you. Cool. Well, thank you for that. We do have a redirect set up for Joe Schmo. And Zach, join us at 9 o'clock, because that... Let's see. Will I change out the guitar or won't I? You'll have to stick around. You almost guessed a Yamaha. Yep. The black one and the blonde are Yamahas. I've done a lot of recording with that, a lot of playing. I've busked on street corners and played on brownstone steps. That's great guitar. I've been told by many people that it has a really, really great sound, and I didn't do anything to it other than shave down the nut just a little bit, but it's got a really, really nice sound. I thoroughly enjoy that. Is that shirt bamboo? No, it's probably just cotton. Probably just straight up cotton. All right, you guys, I am going to go get some food, grab some water. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Aaron, for all that you do. Thank you to our mods. Guys, please, on your way out, please thank Aaron and our mods for all the hard work that they do. Thank you, RA, for the raid. Really appreciate that. All the people that are here from Recovery Addict, thank you for joining us. And we appreciate you. Please join us in about 45 minutes or so when Joe Schmo, who is our courtroom insider, he will be talking to us. He bumped into, or he had some kind of interaction with juror number 15, so definitely stick around for that. If you drop a comment, please do. We love the fact that you chat with us, and we love your eyeballs, but we also love your comments, because we will get to them and we will respond. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one. We have 3 levels of membership, and Rabbit Ears, dial-up, and cable. And we post me playing music. We post videos of Super Bowl. Today I did one of her snoring. That was really cute. We also have made available the music. Aaron has put together music that we play for trials. So if you guys like the music that we play, you guys can check that out and download that, or just listen to it. So anyway, thank you for joining us, and I will see you in about 45 minutes. Bye.